The reason you would then have an incentive to build private power systems would be that you can bring your cost down. And instead of centralizing all of this with the utilities, what it can do is it can force a market demand for industrial and commercial users to build their own power systems, which would increase overall electricity in the United States. The data centers are the tip of the iceberg, but if you make this a pan-industrial problem, then all of the industrial companies would have to take this.
The problem is it doesn't change the net consumption model. If you actually go to solar and storage, for every 15 million homes, you take a terawatt hour of demand off the grid. That's an extra terawatt hour that you don't need to build, but you can't build that quickly. So the reason why I like solar and storage is you make these folks so self-reliant. Now all of a sudden we're actually catching up to China faster than we would have otherwise.
You're talking about residential?
Yeah. Your idea, which is a good one, the problem is they're still using grid services.
Right, or they don't have to. That's the point. Like if they end up,
No,
the industrial users, well, the industrial users will then invest in solar systems.
You don't know that for sure.
Solar.
My point is today the homeowners are using.
Well,
There is no solution to not use it.
Yeah, well, if the industrial price goes up by 50%, you've now created a market force to drive them to make the
understand.
particularly if you deregulate it.
I understand that. But my point
And you
is,
get this first year capex depreciation, so they actually get a benefit. And instead of putting all of the
guys, you're talking through each other. Shamat's point is that you're still taxing the grid. His proposal adds another layer to what you're saying. So he's in agreement with you, Freebird. Hey, yeah, let's have the businesses pay a little extra. And let's have
take them off the grid.
Take them off the grid to reduce it. Well, there's 80 million freestanding homes in the United States, and it's about $15K to put these battery packs in, like Face Power Zoom. You can probably get it down to 10. And if you just do back of the envelope math, we're talking about $1 trillion. So basically, for $100 billion, you could do 10% of the country. If you were to do that over some time period, we would stop worrying about the grid. I think is Shamat's point. And you could do it with battery, you could do it with solar.
Well, you would not stop worrying about the grid, but Jason, just to refine what you're saying because you're directionally there, right? The consumers would feel less of these issues, and instead of all of us worrying how to underwrite terawatt hours to catch up to China, we actually get a 2-for-1. The consumer homes don't have that anxiety anymore. They don't have the bill. And because they're generating their own power, they're off the grid, and now what that means is that extra terawatt hour can actually go to the commercial and industrial applications, including these data centers. And you're right, Freebird, we should raise their tariffs.
I just think it's a lot more complicated, a lot more expensive.
No, your method is way more complicated.
No, listen, none of this is free. None of it's free. However, we have such an amazing opportunity.
Well, let me give you the math. So we consume in this country about 4 trillion kilowatt hours of electricity. Average price is 18 cents a kilowatt hour. So it's about, call it $750 billion of spend on electricity every year. It's a good amount. 1/3 of that, 250 billion, is residential consumption. 2/3 of that, 500 billion, is industrial and commercial consumption. Theoretically, you could increase the price on industrial and commercial consumption by, call it 50%, and make all residential electricity in the United States free. If you're a residential user, increase the price on industrial and commercial consumption by, call it 50%, and make all residential electricity in the United States free. If you're a residential user, you get a cap of free electricity every month, and if you use more than that cap, you get charged, but below that cap, you're free, based on whatever, square footage of your house, I don't know, whatever. And then on the commercial and industrial side, the reason you would then have an incentive to build private power systems would be that you can bring your cost down. And instead of centralizing all of this with the utilities, what it can do is it can force a market demand for industrial and commercial users to build their own power systems, which would increase overall electricity supply in the United States. The data centers are the tip of the iceberg, but if you make this a pan-industrial problem, then all of the industrial companies would have to take this path.
The problem is it doesn't change the net consumption model. If you actually go to solar and storage, for every 15 million homes, you take a terawatt hour of demand off the grid. That's an extra terawatt hour that you don't need to build, but you can't build that quickly. So the reason why I like solar and storage is you make these folks so self-reliant. Now all of a sudden we're actually catching up to China faster than we would have otherwise.
You're talking about residential?
Yeah. Your idea, which is a good one, the problem is they're still using grid services.
Right, or they don't have to. That's the point. Like if they end up, if the industrial users will then invest in solar systems.
You don't
and
know
solar-
that for
industrial
sure.
solar.
My point is, today the homeowners are using.
Well,
There is no solution to not use it.
Yeah,
Well,
here's,
if the industrial price goes up by 50%, you've now created a market force to drive them to make
No,
the
I
investment.
understand.
Particularly if you deregulate it.
I understand the math, but my point
And you
is,
get this first year capex depreciation, so they actually get a benefit. And instead of putting all of the
hold on, guys, you're talking through each other. Chamath's point is that you're still taxing the grid. His proposal adds another layer to what you're saying. So he's in agreement with you, Freebird. Hey, yeah, let's have the businesses pay a little extra, and not or, and let's have
take
them
them off the
also
grid.
take them off the grid to reduce it. Well, there's 80 million freestanding homes in the United States, and it's about 15K to put these battery packs in, like Face Power Zoom. You can probably get it down to 10. And if you just do back of the envelope math, we're talking about $1 trillion. So basically, for 100 billion, you could do 10% of the country. If you were to do that over some time period, we would stop worrying about the grid. I think is Chamath's point. And you could do it with battery, you could do it with solar.
well, you would not stop worrying about the grid, but Jason, but just to refine what you're saying because you're directionally very right. The consumers would feel less of these issues, and instead of all of us worrying how to underwrite terawatt hours to catch up to China, we actually get the two for one. The consumer homes don't have that anxiety anymore. They don't have the bill. And because they're generating their own power, they're off the grid, and now what that means is that extra terawatt hour can actually go to the commercial and industrial applications, including these data centers. And you're right, Freebird, we should raise their tariffs.
I just think it's a lot more complicated, a lot more expensive.
No,
to add
your
solar
method
to
is way
everyone's
more
roof.
complicated.
No, listen, none of this is free. None of it's free. However, we have such an amazing opportunity with AI that it makes sense to do this. That, I think, is the big picture. AI is such a huge opportunity. There's so much investment. Why wouldn't you do this is the question. And if we want to live in the age of abundance and we want to bring the bottom of the country up and we want affordability, where do people spend their money? Food, groceries, their rent, and their electricity and the utilities. So if we want to figure out a direct way to do this, and for all the hippy dippies who care about the environment and clean energy, this is a win there as well. And it doesn't come out of Americans' pockets and their taxes, it comes out of corporations which are printing money. If you want to talk about redistribution of wealth, this is a way for the great American Mag 7 corporations to give something back to Americans. And you talked about this, right, Mark, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, that, hey, maybe there would be some way for great corporations to do great things for Americans. The fact that Americans don't think about their water bill that much is a mitzvah. It's a great thing. Now, if they didn't have to think about electricity, wow, amazing.
We will look back, and I think that we will want to have seen these big companies who are unbelievably profitable step up on behalf of American homeowners.
Yeah, some might say, absolutely.
I just think it's a great mission to the moon style framing to say, what if we could make all residential electricity free in the United States? And over the next decade, if we can do that, not only do we help Americans with their wallet, but we actually can enable a distributed investment scheme in American energy production, and we force the corporations to step up and do their part rather than centralize it. So I just like the framing of making this whole thing free, making residential electricity free in the U.S. as a core benefit.
The other thing is, we've talked about this, I've mentioned this a couple times before. I think the single biggest dollar short, it's not clear when, that one will be able to make will be on these utilities. Because if any version of what we just talked about happens, and all of a sudden you have private homeowners that are their own utility,
Off-grid,
and then
generating
their
electricity,
own
storing batteries,
being
making
their own
funding,
power utility. What do the utilities do? What does all of this capex go to?
Yeah, so
How
they
do
could have
they
just been
keep
free the
up?
whole
What
time.
happens to their rate base? This is a huge economic question that I think will come up if even a small modicum of what we just talked about materializes.
Yeah, and people having their first X number of kilowatt hours a year free, obviously you don't have unlimited free. That's going to be pretty transformative for America. It's aspirational. We all like the idea. I like it. Okay. OpenAI has struck another compute deal. This one's worth over $10 billion. OpenAI is buying compute capacity from Cerebras. That's Cerebras. They committed to purchase up to 750 megawatts over 3 years. Cerebras, like Rock, makes specialized chips for AI inference. Cerebras is in talks to raise $1 billion out of $22 billion valuation according to reports, and they're expected to IPO this year, potentially in the next couple of months. Sam Altman's an investor in the company, so he knows it well, and
It's really stuff.
I mean, it's in the notes. It's in the notes.
You can't say this stuff if you don't know if it's true.
It's in the notes. It's in the notes. This is in talk. They committed to purchase up to 750 megawatts over 3 years. Cerebras, like Rock, makes specialized chips for AI inference. Cerebras is in talks to raise $1 billion out of $22 billion valuation according to reports, and they're expected to IPO this year, potentially in the next couple of months. Sam Altman's an investor in the company, so he knows it well, and
It's really stuff.
I mean, it's in the notes. It's in the notes.
You can't say this stuff if you don't know if it's true.
It's in the notes. It's in the notes. Take it out and post if it's not. I reported by the misinformation. I don't know. It could be information, could be misinformation. Shout out
Okay.
to our friends at the information. These were your competitors at Rock, yeah? Chima?
They were.
Contemporaries, yeah?
They're fantastic. We both started at the same time. We took slightly different technical approaches. The big difference that what Cerebras said initially from the start, and this is my friend Andrew Feldman, so I'll give him a shout out, very smart guy. If you see a chip, what you actually see is a wafer. And a wafer is full of little chips, right? And you literally tear them off. That's why they're called chips. Andrew was like, no, I'm just going to make one ginormous chip the size of a wafer. And so if you look at it, Nick, maybe you can find a picture of it. These things are huge. And at the time, people were like, I don't think they really understood what the power of what Cerebras was building and what Andrew was building. And then the first folks that really got on board were the Emiratis, so MGX and G42. And you started to run these models, and what you started to see was, man, their inference is blazing fast. Again, back to what we talked about last week, because when you have the compute and the memory in the same place, physical distances are now minimized, and the complexity is minimized, so you just have incredible speed. What I can tell you is that OpenAI is aggressively trying to diversify so that they have multiple paths of inference available. They have a huge deal with AMD, they have a huge deal with NVIDIA, they have a huge deal with Cerebras. If you look at the trail of breadcrumbs, my belief, there is going to be a renaissance in silicon. Young, small teams building decode silicon can make a fortune over the next 10 to 20 years. It's a huge opportunity. It's going to be like the PC wars, Dell versus Compaq versus all of these companies. It's super exciting. And congrats to they deserve it.
Is there any argument that compute needs will level off in some way? We'll have built so much capacity and the software will get better. There's been some talk about Anthropic being resource constrained as the contemporary to OpenAI, and I think there's pretty much uniformity amongst elite AI users that Claude is a much better product now than OpenAI. And the models are better, the applications are better, but they're doing it with less. So could the build out could it slow down? Is that a scenario that's out there, or is this always going to be up until the right for the next 5-10 years? What's your crystal ball say? Sax, are you still there?
I'm here.
No, okay.
Why is this video off? Turn it on.
I mean, you can turn it back on and then when you talk, just go back and forth.
Texas still has a ways to go.
Yeah, all right, there you go. All right, so anyway,
This is your best internet?
Texas infrastructure is,
Oh my god, Sax is gonna do this. I just tweeted out.
I will send someone over immediately. They're pretty responsive in Texas.
My prediction is there'll be a big meme by the end of this year called the Texas Bounce Back. And it's a bunch of billionaires. They do a little jiggy as they dance back from Texas back to California.
no.
You're there for good, huh?
Well, here's the thing. So,
Okay.
well, maybe we should just talk about BTA, because this is where this is going.
Well, I mean, listen, you move houses, you can have a little internet issue. It's okay.
Well, I mean, I'd rather have an internet issue and keep 100% of my money than
5%.
lose 5% plus 13.3 per year, and it's not going to be a one-time tax. That's the biggest lie. It's 5% now, 5% later, 10% after that.
Yeah.
You know,
But you can
there'll be
afford
an
it.
exit tax.
Yeah.
They're going to control all of it.
Yeah.
So the internet can get fixed. The internet, let's put it this way, my internet can get fixed a lot more easily than California can.
What are the 10 states that constitutionally ban asset taxes?
Yeah, so it's direct and implicit in those states' constitutions, or they have an amendment to the Constitution that makes it direct or implicit, that you can't do a wealth tax or an asset seizure tax.
Which are they?
Alaska, Florida, Nevada, New Hampshire, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas.
According to Grok, only Texas explicitly bans wealth taxes.
Yes, that is correct, but because of some of the other state constitutions, it's implicit. So Texas has in their constitution a prohibition on, quote, tax on wealth or net worth. Washington has a uniformity clause, which treats income as property, which bans non-uniform rates. Florida's constitution
We'll find out on the trade here.
tax.
We'll find somebody who buys cork,
Uniformity clause,
or
which
makes
makes
silicone,
tax rates.
silicone will go up in price and we'll make a bunch of money.
Illinois has a strict constitutional mandate for a flat, non-graduated tax rate, so you cannot do a separation. And then asset seizure is referred to as a civil asset forfeiture, which is a separate legal issue, but implies in states like New Mexico, Nebraska, and North Carolina, you cannot actually have an asset taken from you by the state. So there's a bunch of states that this would be constitutionally protected against.
Friedberg, has your mind changed since last week about whether this is going to make the ballot?
I don't think it's going to make the ballot. I mean, like, I think it's not, I'm not saying 100%, I'm saying slight overweight that it's not going to get there.
So nothing has changed in your perspective.
I think we're going through the rolling wake-up process right now, which is people are waking up to the fact that the asset seizure tax is an elimination of private property rights. That's fundamentally what you're saying, and I wrote this in my tweet, that private property now becomes public property, because as soon as you give the government the right to collect your post-tax assets through a legislative vote, you are basically saying that you no longer have private property, because at any point in the future, the government can vote to say, I'm going to take your private property, which is different than an income tax, which is when you earn something that you didn't have before, and they take a percentage of your earnings, of your income. The statement now is after you've made your income, it's now your private property, they can come and take it. And so that is a distinction that has never existed in the United States, and I will make the retort right now to property tax, because people always say to me, well, what about property tax? A property tax is a service fee on a particular specific asset. The money that is collected provides services for that asset to make it more valuable. So you get roads, infrastructure, policing, childcare, schools, all the stuff that comes with property tax makes that asset more, and you have the option at any point you want to sell that property and stop paying that property tax. You have the option at any point to downgrade your property and get a cheaper property and pay it lower. And here's the other important point about property tax, it's uniform. Uniform means that everyone pays the same percentage, the same property tax rate in a county. This asset seizure tax that's being proposed is a demographic tax, meaning that the state or the legislature defines a specific group of individuals. In this case, they're saying anyone with a net worth over $1 billion. And then they can go and take assets from only that group. That is non-uniform taxation. It means that for the first time, we're saying based on the demographics of a person, meaning whatever you want to use to define that person, in this case their wealth, you are going to be treated differently. And that is different than an income tax, because remember, when you have graduated income tax rates and you say high earners get taxed more, what you're taxing is the earnings, not the individual. You're not looking through to the individual to determine whether or not they're wealthy. All you're doing is looking at the independent earnings amount that's coming in. And so a uniformity clause is...
Indian rupee has touched the moon. Indian rupee is basically psychological threshold. The rupee is sunk part of the 90 mark against the dollar, extending an 8-month slide.
It's hovering near record lows against the US dollar. $1 is worth almost 89 Indian rupees.
ट्रम्प की जीत के बाद इसका डायरेक्ट असर होता है भारतीय रुपये पर, इसलिए हम ये बिजनेस देख रहे हैं.
Indian currency, the rupee, has been making headlines every day for the last few weeks.
Our currency has crossed the 90 level mark.
against the US dollars. Which means today, if you want to trade $1 for a rupee, you will have to spend 90 rupees plus in order to get $1 in international foreign exchange market. Now this simply tells us Indian rupee has depreciated a lot since the last many years, and especially since the last many months. Because the time is not far when Indian rupee we could get for $1 we could just spend 80 rupees, or to get $1 you just have to spend 50 rupees, 40 rupees just for decades back. Now this simply tells us that Indian rupee has lost its value, has depreciated in international market and international foreign exchange market, and this should be very worrisome for India's public, for the government, and for all the relevant stakeholders. Now, what do you mean by depreciation of rupee? Why recently Indian rupee is depreciating? What will be the impact of depreciation, and what we can do to correct this problem of depreciation of rupee? All these things we'll be trying to understand in this particular session. Hello, my name is Pipal Singh, and you are watching Perspective. So first of all, let us try to understand what do you mean by this term depreciation, or depreciation of any currency for that matter. See, depreciation refers to decrease in value of an asset. That's the meaning of the term depreciation. When we talk about the term depreciation in international currency, we say that the value of currency has come down with respect to other currency. Now let's take an example. For example, to get $1, you have to earlier spend, let's say, 50 rupees. Now to get $1, we have to spend, let's say, 80 rupees. So in this circumstance, now since we have to spend more rupee than before, which means Indian rupee has depreciated against the dollar. And if Indian rupee has depreciated, the dollar has appreciated. So appreciation and depreciation, it is always relative. When we say Indian rupee is depreciated, we say that its value has come down with respect to other foreign exchange currencies or other foreign currencies. So which is why we need to understand the concept of depreciation and appreciation. It's very relative. When we understand depreciation in detail, when the value of currency comes down with respect to other currency, our value actually reduces. So for example, in 2011, $1 was 40 rupees, let's suppose. Now in 2011, if I have to buy one chocolate worth $1, I have to spend 40 rupees from my pocket. But in the year 2005, in order to get the same $1 chocolate which is there in US, I have to spend now 90 rupees from my pocket. Which means to get that same chocolate, now after 15 years, I have to spend 90 rupees. Earlier, same chocolate I would get for 40 rupees. This means the value of my currency has come down. And if the value of my currency has come down, you can very clearly see that the goods which are in the foreign countries becomes more expensive for my country. Which means when we have to import, our import bill goes up. That will be seen in the impact of depreciation separately. But in this example, you can very clearly see that in order to import now, it becomes more expensive for me to import that $1 chocolate in 2025 as compared to 2011. This is simply depreciation of currency. And in our example, we saw depreciation of rupee. Now there is one more term, we call that term as a devaluation of currency. Now depreciation means a reduction in the value of currency, but that happens due to market forces. So when a country intentionally decreases the value of its own currency, we call that phenomena as devaluation. So depreciation also value comes down, devaluation also value comes down, but the only difference is that in depreciation, value comes down to the market forces. In devaluation, the value comes down intentionally because the country wants it to come down. Now since we know the difference, let us try to understand the impact of depreciation of currency. Now since recently our currency is depreciated, what will be its impact? Now impact, first of all, let us see with respect to trade, because that is the biggest part where the impact will be seen. Now, trade, in relation to trade, simply we have to see impact on our imports and our exports. So if the depreciation of Indian rupee happens, import of the same commodities becomes more expensive for India. So which means India's import bill significantly shoots up. India's import bill goes up, India's import bill rises because of depreciation of rupee. But if rupee would have been appreciated, then that import bill would have come down. Now you all know that there are some non-negotiable imports which you have to do. For example, it is oil and petroleum. There are certain minerals, or there are certain to import any which way. Now in order for those imports, our import bill significantly goes up, which is why this is one problem or the negative impact of the depreciation of rupee. But there is a second impact as well. Now you see from the perspective of a US citizen. If US citizen in 2011 would bring $1 into India. That $1 in India would be worth 40 rupees. So he would be taking 40 rupees worth goods and services from India, from that $1. Then let's say that same person comes with that $1 in India today. How much worth goods and services they would get? 90 rupees worth goods and services they would get. Which means when a currency's value depreciates, more goods and services of that country can be bought by other developed countries whose currencies has appreciated. Now, for example, in this case, in 2011, $1 could get you 40 rupees worth of goods and services. In 2015, that $1 could get you 90 rupees worth of goods and services, which means the foreigners would be tempted to buy more from India because from the perspective of foreigners, now Indian goods are cheaper. So now Indian goods and services are cheaper because the value of their $1 is worth much more than 15 years before or 20 years before or 30 years before. This simply means that it might boost our exports as well. In numbers especially, if foreigners see that I'm able to get more goods and services, our exports would get boosted. And if you see this phenomena, that the depreciation of a currency happens, import will goes up, but exports also gets boosted. In this scenario, a country which is a production hub, shouldn't that country want that its export should be boosted all across the world? Definitely that country would want that. And this is exactly what our neighbor is doing. Now China, over the last several years, has intentionally tried to decrease the value of its currency. Now many students ask why. The reason is why China is decreasing the value of its currency is because China wants to boost its exports. China wants that for American people, for developed countries people, my goods and services should be very, very cheap. So that if they are very, very cheap, Americans would prefer more Chinese goods as compared to American goods. Because for them, for that $1, they could get very less American goods, but they could get a lot of Chinese goods, right? Which is why China intentionally tries to depreciate its currency. And that intentional depreciation is known as devaluation. As I've already told you, but in India, that depreciation is real. Which means that depreciation is happening due to market forces of demand and supply. This is exactly what we see when we talk about the impact of depreciation. So when Indian rupee is depreciating, very clearly we are able to see that our import bill shoots up and our exports also increase. That is one point. Now another bigger question which you have to answer is that what is the reason for depreciation and what actually causes depreciation? Now simply understand, as I've told you, the depreciation of a currency, only that as well. The determination of the value of a currency, that what will be the value of currency with respect to some other currency, it simply depends on demand and supply of currencies. So for example, $1 is equal to 90 rupees. It depends on four factors. One is demand of dollar, second is supply of dollar, third is the demand for rupee, and fourth is the supply of rupee. All these four factors helps us in determining exchange rate between the dollar and Indian rupee. Now, if dollar is more powerful or dollar is appreciating, then we would say dollar is being demanded more than its supply, which is of course the case. Because since dollar is the world's reserve currency, almost all the international trade in the world happens due to dollars. Dollar is very high in demand, which is why dollar is appreciating and dollar is more valuable than rupee. That is for sure, that is given. Now, when we talk about Indian rupee would depreciate if dollar would appreciate. So that is one cause. But there are other reasons as well for which Indian rupee would depreciate on its own. That would happen when Indian rupee's demand is less and its supply is more. If demand of Indian rupee is less, would the value of Indian rupee come down or go up? Of course come down. If demand of Indian rupee is less, its value would also come down. If its value comes down, it would depreciate. But Indian rupee can appreciate also. How it can appreciate? It can appreciate if the demand for Indian rupee is high. If more people demand Indian rupee, which is why the last question, that how we can treat the problem of depreciation, you can treat the problem of depreciation by increasing and creating the demand for Indian rupee, which is why you must have heard of this topic, internationalization of rupee, where we were trying to build our trade pacts, our bilateral trade agreements, where rupee would be used as a currency. Now, if rupee is used in international trade agreements, rupee's demand will be higher as compared to its supply. And if rupee's demand is higher as compared to its supply, the rupee's value would go up. So it would appreciate and not depreciate. So these are the factors which influence the depreciation of a currency as well. And depreciation can be corrected with this particular factor itself, that you need to increase the demand for Indian rupee in the international foreign exchange market. Now, since we have understood what is depreciation, we have understood what is the impact of depreciation, we have understood what are the causes of depreciation, and how do we correct depreciation, just simply understand this. The depreciation of currency is not always bad, which is why several economists these days as well are saying that depreciation of Indian rupee like a depreciate because it will boost our exports. But always understand there is a very thin line, or there are always two sides of the coin.
It's gonna turn everybody into work.
Between the positives of depreciation and the negatives of depreciation. If that thin line is crossed, rather than giving positives, it would give us a lot of negatives, because always the aim should be to be at the appreciation side. That is, our aim should not be like China, where we depreciate our currency and we boost our exports. Our aim should be to become such a manufacturing powerhouse like US, that we are able to export our products as well, we are able to increase production of goods and services as well, and our currency would be the strongest in the world. Eventually, that should be the aim for any country when we talk about a depreciation or a devaluation. I hope you gained a new perspective from this particular session. Do let me know what are your views regarding this particular topic, where $1 has surpassed 90 rupees. The depreciation has been humongous. All the very best. Have a beautiful day. Thank you.
डॉलर के अगेंस्ट अपना ऑल टाइम लो बना है, उसके ऊपर सोशल मीडिया पे कुछ भी एंडी वेंडी बकवास चल रही है। वीडियो को एंड तक देखना, आपको पूरी कहानी समझ में आ जाएगी, लेकिन उससे पहले जरा आप इनको सुन लीजिए।
Fourth largest economy, India. करेंसी की कीमत अफगानिस्तान के करेंसी से भी कम है 0.74 चल रहा है 1 रुपए का भाव अफगानी
Why rupee has hit the newest low in front of us.
You're focusing on the rupee and the fresh record low we've seen today, slipping to 89.78 against the US dollar, breaking its previous low now.
Why our currency is weak in front of other major currencies, be it euro, yen, or the US dollar. What is the real story behind it, and why the rupee keeps falling in absolute terms? The rupee has weakened almost across against every other currency. But here's the truth. This is not temporary, this is not speculative, this is real, and the data are telling this story. Hello everyone, welcome to Vajram Punjabi Flash News. My name is Shubhangi Singh, and today we are going to understand the fall of Indian rupee in the real terms. What does it mean? What are the things that it is facilitating, and what are the things that are going wrong? So starting with understanding that what do we mean by that the fall of rupee is real, and how can we understand what the terms? Let's start with that. So as of now we are seeing the depreciation of rupee, and this depreciation is broad based against major currencies. If we talk about the term, the concept depreciation in itself, when we are talking about exchange rate, when the value of one currency goes down as compared to the other currency, it is known as depreciation. For example, let's just say $1 was equivalent to 85 rupees, and if this becomes $1 is given against 89 rupees, that means the value of rupees is falling in terms of dollars, and that is depreciation. So as of now, we are seeing a broad-based depreciation of Indian rupee, not just against US dollar, but against the major currencies which are in front of us. For example, if we talk about US dollar, you will see that $1 is almost 89.43, and this is the new low that rupee has touched. And similar numbers you can see across other major currencies as well. So this clearly highlights that as of now, there is a whole systematic weakening that is happening. It is not against a specific currency or a specific country that rupee is seeing a fall. Rupee is falling against all the major currencies in front of us, and in some scenarios it has been highest ever since. For example, for euro we see plus 16%, for pound it is plus 11%, and that means there is an indication for the economy that we need to understand. Now, when we are talking about this understanding, we will be starting with understanding of two concepts here as well, which will give us a clearer insight. The first concept in front of us is NEES, that is nominal effective exchange rate, which shows us the depreciation in the real and the most raw form. How does it show depreciation? So when we are talking about the rupee's value in terms of other currencies, when we see it through exchange rate. But when we are talking about nominal effective exchange rate, here we get a weighted average of rupees nominal exchange rate against 40 major currencies and trading partners. And that is based, as the base year has been taken 2015 and 16. So here the weighted average is understood for rupee against 40 major currencies, which gives us a more honest and real picture as compared to the just exchange rate. And if we talk about the recent trend that has been seen, especially about nominal effective exchange rate, it was very stable around 90 to 94 under Jan 2025, and there has been a sharp fall that has been seen in past few months, and this is indicating that there is weakening at the rupee's end. Now, why we are talking about NEES? Because whenever NEES is less than 100, it shows that rupee is weaker compared to 2015-16, And NIR is the index that we use to understand the broad external value of rupee that exists, not just against only US dollar. But NIR is the not only factor that we need to take in consideration. There is another factor that we should know about, that is REER, that is real effective exchange rate. Now when we talk about real effective exchange rate, it is nothing but NIR, but when it is adjusted with inflation. So when we are talking about REER, you can easily understand it as nominal effective exchange rate adjusted after accounting inflation. Now this will give us a further clear picture once the nominal effective exchange rate is adjusted for the inflation differences that exist, not just in India, but India and the trading partners. Now this brings in another dimension here, because if we talk about real effective exchange rate, we saw the peak in November 2024, that is last year, but this is where rupee's value was over the top, it was overvalued. But after a year, last month itself, we saw the value of real effective exchange rate around 97.47. That means at this point of time, rupee is being undervalued. And the reason for this sharp fall is two. First, we saw nominal depreciation when we are talking about nominal effective exchange rate. That has shown a clear fall, which is affecting the real effective exchange rate as well. And because, as I said, real effective exchange rate is nothing but nominal effective exchange rate adjusted for inflation of India and trading partners. In this scenario, India's inflation has been lying low, somewhere around 0.25%. However, the other trading partners have inflation in the range of 2 to 4%. So here another factor comes in, and which helps us to understand. If you see this given graph, you will find that this line is indicating NIR, and this is real effective exchange rate REER. There has been a direct question in prelims also about this very concept, very fundamental from the perspective of your exam also. So if you see this very sharp fall in real effective exchange rate, it is directly facilitated by the sharp fall that you see in the nominal effective exchange rate. So the nominal depreciation is driving the real depreciation that we see in front of us. And the fall that we see in rupee, the depreciation that we talk about, it is not because of speculation, it is not temporary or because of movement of another currency. As of now, this fall is real, it is genuine, and it is not also masked by inflation, because inflation stands at a low point as of now. Now, I hope the picture is clear in front of you why we are saying again and again the fall of rupee is real. Now moving to understand, once we have understood that what exactly is happening, now moving to understand that why this weakening is happening, what are the trigger factors behind it. So the first and the major trigger factor is the RBI policy shift itself. RBI policy shift has been from the stabilized exchange rate regime to crawl-like exchange rate regime. So when we talk about crawl-like exchange rate regime, you have to understand in this particular arrangement, the currency moves very gradually, and there is a fixed small band within which the movement can take place. At the same time, the intervention of the central bank, in our case that is RBI, that also becomes less frequent. So IMF has reclassified India's exchange rate in this very month.
And this reclassification has been the crawl-like arrangement that we see. And this has been further explained by the RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra, that this facilitate, we have to intervene only to prevent any excess volatility that exists. Otherwise, the currency will be moving in the small band. We will not have to work extra to defend a specific level. And it also helps rupee to align with the fundamentals of the market that exist. And the reason that this is happening at this point of time, because multiple factors are allowing the crawl-like arrangement to work. The first one being itself that the inflation is low. If the inflation is not hitting rupee directly, that means it is already in not an excessively volatile situation. Furthermore, the export competitiveness is required. Whenever rupee depreciation takes place, export competitiveness increases. How? Let me explain that with a very simple example. As I said, if we get to see $1 is equal to 50 rupees, correct? Let's just say 1 kilo sugar is for 50 rupees. But rupee depreciates and $1 becomes of 80 rupees. Now you will be able to get almost double the amount of sugar, because sugar is 50 rupees per kg but in single dollar. So that means people who are buying in dollar, that they will be able to buy more and they will find Indian goods cheaper. So export competitiveness also is facilitated and it needed support. That is why it was easier to bring in and it is easier to facilitate the crawl-like arrangement. And the best facilitation was given by the strong foreign exchange reserves that we hold as of now, which provided a huge buffer in case this does not work or in case it does not stay in the small band even after this particular arrangement. Can you tell me in the comment section what is the status of our foreign exchange reserves as of now? Now, this was not the only reason. There are other reasons as well. For example, the global pull. As of now, there are higher global rates which are available, and that is why there has been a lot of capital outflow that has been seen. If the capital outflow is happening, that means the demand for rupee is falling. That is also responsible for the depreciation. Other than that, there is a huge amount of import pressure on India. We are importing more, be it for electronics, be it for crude oil, and all of these is increasing pressure on rupee. This is very much related to the China export surge as well, because the cheap Chinese exports, they are increasing the competition, and that is why rupee is also facing problems there. And comes the investment volatility that we are seeing in the times where we are seeing wars, not just in physical terms of physical wars, but also trade wars. The investors are not very sure where to invest. They either prefer safe haven or heavy metals, be it gold, be it silver, and there are quick outflows from the places they cannot get a guarantee. For example, if you talk about India, US announced the tariff, then US waved away the sanction that we had on the Chabar port. So this unsurety does not work in the investment market, and that is why all of these factors combined have been pulling down the rupee. But as the situation as of now, what we are looking, there are certain pros and cons to it. Now let us try to understand that. So first, looking at the prospects. If we talk about the prospects, we get to see the fall in rupee will directly facilitate our export competitiveness. Whenever the real effective exchange rate goes below 100, it is the mark that Indian goods are cheaper abroad. I have just explained that how depreciation facilitates in making Indian goods cheaper abroad. Now, if the exports increase, this will facilitate domestic manufacturing. Because we have to understand in this very situation, first, exports would require more production. That will help the domestic manufacturing. Second, when we are talking about our effective exchange rate, real effective exchange rate and nominal effective exchange rate, all of them depreciating, in this scenario, imports will also get costly. So people would want to buy from outside. That means we would want to cut down on imports, and again the emphasis would be on domestic market. So we will also get to see that there will be boost to domestic manufacturing, there will be healthy correction after years of evaluation in terms of exchange rate, and also the low inflation that is existing in our economy will give us a macroeconomic cushion. And all in all, with time we will find better alignment with market fundamentals, which will be very important to keep the investors with us for the long term. But at the same time, it does not mean that everything seems going right, because there is a side of consequences as well, because with effective exchange rates increasing, so does the import bill, be it the crude oil, gold, electronics, all of this will be costlier. There could be a possibility of rise in inflation in coming time, because when we are talking about imports at a costlier price, that will bring in the imported inflation as well. And if this depreciation continues, this risk becomes very real. Other than that, when we are talking about corporate foreign borrowing, external commercial borrowings, these will be more expensive. Why they will become more expensive? Because we will have the heavier repayment burden. How? In the same very concept, $1 is equal to 50 rupees. Now you got the commercial loan at this particular price. Now $1 has become 80 rupees. You have to pay back more. So the burden of repayment increases. It will also affect our balance of payment. There will be high consequences on travelers, tourism, students who are going abroad, and it is also going to risk the investors and the investor sentiments towards India, where we can see potential FPI outflows because of the strong dollar cycle that is in front of them. If they are seeing another, this is very basic. If one currency is weakening and another one is strengthening, investor would always want to be on the stronger side. Now that we have understood both pros and cons, we will be moving towards to understand that what exactly this means for our whole of the economy. For short term, we might be seeing imports which are costlier, fuel prices might be volatile, current account deficit might be widening, and volatility in all the markets might be possible. But the benefit of this real adjustment of rupee that is taking place is the fact that this competitive rupee will actually help domestic manufacturing, and export sector will be the ones which will see the maximum benefit of it, be it engineering goods, be it pharma, be it IT, and this will be a major support to make India a better market determined currency which it has of its own, and it will also encourage India's integration, especially into global value chains. So when we talk about the depreciation, the real fall of rupee, you have to understand that this is not an extreme crisis the way it is being talked about. It is a structural correction which was very much needed, because when rupee is depreciating in real terms, it is not just at the nominal factor, inflation had been adjusted. It is because of the multiple reasons that I have explained, and it simply indicates that rupee was previously overvalued, and now it is adjusting to fundamentals which will give us benefits in the long term. So this fall of rupee in one way is healthy and a market aligned correction which was much needed, but India must manage all the other factors.
The value of Indian rupee against the US dollar has fallen to historic lows in the forex market. What are the reasons behind it? What is the role of Reserve Bank of India? Who are the winners and losers? And finally, what is the way forward? Let's understand in this video. Hello and welcome to Unacademy IAS, a one-stop destination for all the English medium civil services aspirants. Before I start the session, I have a very important announcement to make, and this is applicable for the civil services aspirants who are appearing in 2026 and 2027. All our courses right now are available at a discounted price of 20%. Those who are interested to enroll, check out the details by clicking on the link provided in the description. Whatever is the price mentioned in the website, first and foremost, what is the meaning of depreciation? Whenever one currency loses value against another currency in a forex market, the currency which is losing value is said to be depreciating. And whenever this happens because of the market forces, we use the term depreciation. If it is done by the government, that is basically called as devaluation. In Indian market, because the market forces most of the times allow or market forces decide what is the exchange rate, we use the term depreciation. And for the first time ever, Indian rupee has depreciated to a historic low. Yesterday, for $1, Indian rupee had the exchange rate of more than 90 rupees. So what are the reasons behind it? Let's understand. The first and the most important reason for this depreciation of Indian rupee is the trade deficit. For the month of October, the overall trade deficit in case of India crossed more than $41 billion. And this particular trade deficit was on account of two important things. One, India's exports to the global market were hit, especially to the USA market were hit. As a result of which, the amount of dollars which were flowing into India, which were coming into India, reduced. And on the other hand, India's imports, because of gold, silver, fertilizer, etc. The value of these particular imports rose up, went upwards, and as a result of which, the dollar outflow increased. So on one side, dollar inflow has gone down, and the other side, the dollar outflow has increased. This actually is nothing but trade deficit. And whenever there's a trade deficit, what is the meaning of it? In the forex market, there is sales of rupees. Rupees are being sold and dollars are being purchased. Again, I'm talking on net basis. Net basis in simple terms means at the end of the day, whether overall more dollars are being sold or more dollars are being purchased. So in the Indian forex market, because of the lowering of exports or lower exports as well as higher imports, rupees overall were sold more, supply of rupee increased, and this actually led to depreciation of Indian rupee. This is the first and a very important reason for rupee depreciation. Second very important reason for the rupee depreciation is the outflow of foreign portfolio investors. The outflow of dollars because of FPIs. Since January this year, more than 1.5 lakh crore, I repeat, more than 1.5 lakh crore worth of equities have been sold by the foreign investors in the Indian market. And what they've done is, they've basically taken the rupees, gone to the market, that is forex market, sold the rupees, purchased the dollars. Again, in a nutshell, supply of rupee has increased, demand for dollar has increased. That has led to depreciation of Indian rupee. Some of you might be thinking now, sir, India is one of the emerging markets, the fastest growing economy. It has registered 8.2% GDP growth rate. But even then, why are the foreign investors overall, net withdrawal has happened? That reason for the rupee depreciation is the outflow of foreign portfolio investors. The outflow of dollars because of FPIs. Since January this year, more than 1.5 lakh crore, I repeat, more than 1.5 lakh crore worth of equities have been sold by the foreign investors in the Indian market. And what they've done is, they've basically taken the rupees, gone to the market, that is forex market, sold the rupees, purchased the dollars. Again, in a nutshell, supply of rupee has increased, demand for dollar has increased. That has led to depreciation of Indian rupee. Some of you might be thinking now, sir, India is one of the emerging markets, the fastest growing economy. It has registered 8.2% GDP growth rate. But even then, why are the foreign investors overall, net withdrawal has happened? The reason behind this is that there are multiple concerns which have been raised by the foreign investors. For example, there is right now no clarity regarding the free trade agreement between India and USA. In fact, this is also one of the reasons why Indian rupee is depreciating. It's been multiple months. When the negotiations started, it was expected that the free trade agreement would be signed very soon and there would be a relief for India's exporters. Since the announcement, there have been multiple announcements or multiple clarifications which have been provided by both the sides, Indian side as well as the USA side. But so far, no concrete announcement regarding what are the provisions covered under FTA, whether Indian exporters will get the relief of 50% of the tariffs or 50% tariffs announced by the USA. No clarification has been announced. And because this has taken so much time, the foreign investors are worried, they are concerned whether there will be an FTA. If at all there is an FTA, whether this will provide certain relief to Indian market or not. This has led to certain concerns, and the foreign investors do not like uncertainty in the market. They have started withdrawing the money from India, started moving the money to USA market. In addition to this, there is one more concern. What is the concern? In the USA market, the yield rates on government securities have started increasing. And especially after the lockdown was lifted, after the government shutdown was lifted, the yield rates have started to improve. It has started to increase, which essentially means the amount of money that you invest on that returns would be higher in the USA market. That is also one of the reasons why foreign portfolio investors are taking the money from India and taking the money to USA market, thereby increasing the supply of dollars in the forex market, leading to, just make a correction, thereby increasing the supply of rupees to the forex market, and this leading to depreciation of Indian rupee. Now, while all of this is happening, whenever there is a volatility in the forex market, what is the role of the Reserve Bank of India? Listen to me very carefully. Reserve Bank of India, generally, whenever there is so much of volatility in the forex market, will try to stabilize the exchange rate. Please remember the term stabilize. Do not use the term RBI fixes exchange rate. If you say RBI fixes exchange rate, that will be incorrect. Reason being, India does not follow a fixed exchange rate regime. India follows a floating exchange rate, although it is not completely floating. It is most of the times market forces which are allowed to determine the exchange rate. But here and there, RBI will intervene and try to stabilize. So RBI plays a very important role by selling these forex reserves that they have. If there is a rupee depreciation, RBI will sell the dollars from the forex reserves, increase the supply and stabilize. And it's not that RBI has not done anything. Listen to me very carefully now. In this year alone, since January, I repeat, since January this year alone, Reserve Bank of India has sold approximately $38 billion worth of forex reserves in the forex market to stabilize whenever there is a volatility in the forex market. But having said so, RBI also on the other side simply says Indian rupee is overvalued. Against a lot of these particular currencies, Indian rupee is overvalued. And if rupee depreciates, the valuation problem that is associated with Indian rupee will be addressed. On nominal terms, nominal and real, what is the basic difference? Nominal means without adjusting for inflation, real means adjusting for inflation. When you talk about nominal terms, rupee has depreciated. It is one of the worst performing currencies in the Asian market. Agreed. But when you look at the real exchange rate, where adjustment for inflation or the price levels is done, Indian rupee is overvalued. It has appreciated even against the Chinese yuan post-pandemic. Now with this kind of a depreciation, this real exchange rate problem or the overvaluation in that real exchange rate would be addressed. That is the precise reason, even though the rupee has crossed the psychological value of 90 against the dollar, RBI is not too much worried as of now. And there is one more reason why RBI is not too much worried as of now. That is basically the domestic inflation rate. The domestic inflation rate for the month of October, inflation rate was below 1%. And RBI is aware of the fact that even if rupee depreciates, the imports might become costlier, but there is no danger of inflation crossing 6%, 7% or 8%, because right now inflation rate is below 1%, and that was the record for the month of October. So these are some of the reasons why RBI is not too much worried about the rupee depreciation. But having said so, is this depreciation of Indian rupee a cause of concern? Should it be a cause of concern? Answer is absolutely yes. It should be a cause of concern. Why? Historically, it has been seen that there is certain times when there is rupee depreciation. That is cyclical nature. certain events happening, or right, let's say from one quarter to another quarter, yes, rupee experiences a depreciation. But this time, it is not the cyclical factors which are contributing to the rupee depreciation. It is not the domestic factors which are contributing to the rupee depreciation. In fact, it is the structural problems that are contributing to rupee depreciation. What do I mean by this? Let me explain this. In the context of India, on one side, India has registered 8.2% GDP growth rate for the second quarter for the current financial year. But at the same point of time, our import dependence has not gone down. Our import dependence even today is very, very high. And when you have very high import dependence, even though you are achieving very high GDP growth rate or higher GDP in the domestic market, this import dependence is a structural problem. You'll have to address it. And as long as import dependence will be higher, there is always a concern that it will contribute to the trade deficit, which in turn will contribute to the rupee versus dollar exchange rate by dragging down the rupee value. This is the first structural issue that we need to be worried about. Second is FDI investment, foreign direct investment. The government of India has set up a target of attracting $100 billion worth of FDI every year. But if you look at this year, in this year, the amount of FDI that has flown into India has got stagnated at around $30 billion. At around $30 billion. So the concern is, if you want to achieve higher GDP, you need to invest. In order to invest, you need to attract foreign investments. But the amount of foreign investments under the concept of FDI is not increasing at the expected pace or at the pace which is required for the Indian economy. That is one more structural issue. And third one, and before I explain the third one, those who are wondering, what is the connection of FDI to the exchange rate? Simple. FDI inflow means more and more dollars will come into India. And that will help us in stabilizing the exchange rate. And the third issue is the growth of exports. The growth of exports. As already mentioned, India's exports to the global market have been hit. For example, India's exports to USA have fallen by 8.6% in the month of October. And India's amount, if you look down the rupee value. This is the first structural issue that we need to be worried about. Second is FDI. FDI investment, foreign direct investment. The government of India has set up a target of attracting $100 billion worth of FDI every year. But if you look at this year, in this year, the amount of FDI that has flown into India has got stagnated at around $30 billion. At around $30 billion. So the concern is, if you want to achieve higher GDP, you need to invest. In order to invest, you need to attract foreign investments. But the amount of foreign investments under the concept of FDI is not increasing at the expected pace or at the pace which is required for the Indian economy. That is one more structural issue. And third one, and before I explain the third one, those who are wondering, what is the connection of FDI to the exchange rate? Simple. FDI inflow means more and more dollars will come into India. And that will help us in stabilizing the exchange rate. And the third issue is the growth of exports. The growth of exports. As already mentioned, India's exports to the global market have been hit. For example, India's exports to USA have fallen by 8.6% in the month of October. And India's exports overall have fallen by more than 12% for the month of October. So on one side, you are able to achieve higher GDP. But at the same point of time, if you want to ensure there will be healthy inflow of dollars, which will help us in controlling the rupee depreciation, you will have to promote more and more exports. Now, who are the winners and the losers in all of this? Who are the winners and losers? Let's start with the winners. The winners will be those who are going to send remittances to India. Because please understand, as rupee depreciates, for every dollar they send to India, they'll be able to get more amount of rupees. So the people who are sending remittances, they will be winning because of the rupee depreciation. And as such, according to the Government of India report, the government, or let's say the Indian economy, has received more than $135 billion worth of remittances in the year 2025, that is the financial year 25. Second one, the exporters. The exporters. Exporters are also, to a certain extent, winners. Why I'm saying to a certain extent? Listen to me very carefully. Whenever rupee depreciates, theoretically, exports should become more competitive. Simple. Whenever rupee depreciates, exports should become more competitive. But it is slightly complicated in case of India. Reason being, India basically imports, it's a net importer. So rupee depreciation will add to the deficit, that is a trade deficit, because imports which are necessary, the price of that will keep on increasing. But at the same point of time, the exporters will import lot of raw material, lot of inputs which are used in manufacturing and export of the product. So when you import a raw material, because of rupee depreciation, the cost will increase. As a result of this, cost of production will also increase. To a certain extent, some of the exporters might not be able to enjoy the benefits compared to other exporters because the inputs will become costlier because of rupee depreciation. So exporters will be able to get the benefit, and overall Indian economy in the context of IMF. What do you mean by context of IMF? IMF is always worried that RBI intervenes too much in case of the forex market. Although on paper we say we follow floating exchange rate, it is not purely a floating exchange rate. Very recently, IMF has classified RBI's, or let's say India's exchange rate as crawl-like arrangement. What do you mean by crawl-like arrangement? You are basically allowing most of the times the market to determine the exchange rate. It is somewhere between fixed exchange rate as well as floating exchange rate. So most of the time you are allowing the market to determine the exchange rate, but whenever there is a volatility, you are interfering to basically adjust the exchange rate. At the same point of time, who are the losers now? The losers will be one who have education fees to pay abroad. They will have to shell out more rupees to get the dollars. The losers, other set of losers will be the government in the context of the imports of fertilizers, wherein now the government might be forced to pay higher amount of subsidy. In addition to this, the crude oil prices, when imported because of higher depreciation, might increase. And this will have an impact on the supply of crude oil when refined, the market components, or let's say the refined components, petrol, diesel, the prices of might start increasing, which will hurt the consumer. Even the people who are planning to travel abroad, their cost will increase. The companies who have borrowed money in the form of dollars and they are due to make a repayment now, they will have to shell out more amount of rupees. And not to forget, right, basically the gold and silver cost now will become higher because of rupee depreciation. So these are certain winners and losers because of the rupee depreciation that has taken place here. And finally, what is the way forward now? What is a solution? The solution is not that simple. Reason being, you will have to have two sets of solutions. One for short term and the other one for long term. One for short term and the other one for long term. In case of short term, whenever there is too much of volatility, RBI has to intervene. RBI doesn't have to be worried too much about this particular psychological barrier of 90 rupees. As such, the real exchange rate for Indian rupee, it is overvalued. Let it depreciate. Nothing as such will be a big problem. But please understand this. Will this hurt a common man? Of course, yes. It will hurt a common man. But the Reserve Bank of India at this point of time is more worried about, right, the overall exchange rate. It is more focused on overall exchange rate. And when you look at RBI, the main function of Reserve Bank of India is to control inflation. And because inflation is under control, RBI will not be too much worried about the exchange rate as of now, as long as there is no sudden volatility. In the long term, how do we address this? In the long term, the focus has to be on promotion of exports. Promotion of exports, improve export competitiveness, promote investments, promote more and more exports to other market, diversify your exports.
This is the quickest way to go from AI beginner to AI fluent in 2026. Watch this.
So Yen, won, kyat, tenge, baht, taka, tugrik. All are falling. And before you think I'm speaking gibberish, let me just tell you, these are all Asian currencies which are falling against the dollar. On 3rd of December 2025, the Indian rupees fell to the won, kyat, tenge, baht, taka, tugrik. All are falling. And before you think I'm speaking gibberish, let me just tell you, these are all Asian currencies which are falling against the dollar. On 3rd of December 2025, the Indian rupees fell to the historic 90 rupee per dollar mark, and with a 5% fall this year, the Indian rupee is Asia's worst performing currency in 2025. But before you panic, before you assume that this is the beginning of a crash, ask this: is the falling rupee as bad as it sounds? Welcome to Angel One Economics. My name is Utsari, and today we are going to decode the Indian rupee, which is depreciating like there's no tomorrow. A weaker rupee isn't bad for everyone. In fact, for India's export giants, it's a bonus season because all the exporters are receiving more rupee for $1. Think about it. India's IT sector, 80% of its revenue comes from exports. Every time the rupee drops, the IT sector earns more rupees for the same dollar that they bill abroad. Pharma, nearly half of everything they produce is shipped out of India. A weaker rupee is basically fatter margins on every shipment. And then you have the big boys like the petroleum, the engineering goods, and the electronic goods. Together they make up 50% of India's total exports. So, is the rupee falling really a bad thing when so many of these industries are earning extra bucks for the dollar? Let's take a closer look. To understand how much of India's trade gets affected due to the falling rupee, we need to understand how do we trade, how much do we trade, and who do we trade with? How do we trade? India is an import-dependent country. We import more than we export, and that is not necessarily a bad thing. It just means that to grow and expand as a country, we need to import. The gap of trade where a country imports more than it exports is called the trade deficit. And a trade deficit is pretty normal for a developing country like India. In fact, if you take a closer look, 5 out of the 7 largest economies in the world are actually import-dependent nations. But why is this important? Because more than 5 out of the 7 largest economies in the world are actually import-dependent nations. But why is this important? Because more than 85% of our international trade is done in dollars. Hence, a trade deficit only becomes a problem when the deficit becomes too large and persistent, because that's when the country needs more dollars than it already earns. And well, India hit a record trade deficit of $41 billion this October. How much do we actually trade? 45% of India's GDP is linked to international trade. This comprises exports at 22% and imports at 24%. In simple terms, for every 100 rupee India produces, 22 rupees worth goods and services is what we sell abroad, and 24 rupees worth of goods and services is what we buy from abroad. This means we buy a bit more from the world than we sell. Our biggest share of imports is in goods and raw materials, which is obvious because as a developing country, we need more energy, machines, organic chemicals, or raw materials from abroad. Our biggest share of exports is in services like software and business services. The majority of our trade imports are raw materials. And to run the economy, we really are dependent on raw materials that we significantly import from other nations. And guess what? Most of this trade is done in dollars, which takes us to the next question. Who do we trade with? Coming to who do we trade with? India's biggest import partners are China, Russia, UAE, and the US. Together, they supply almost 40% of everything we need. On the flip side, our largest export destinations are the US, UAE, Netherlands, and China, which together absorbs 35% of our Indian goods and services. Hence, if our largest export partner, which is the US, which also has the largest reserve of dollar, by the way, imposes a 50% tariff, you can imagine what happens next. Our Indian goods and services become costlier in the US. This makes the US consumers either tend towards alternate nations that give the
supposed to protect people from being demographically discriminated against. And you may roll your hand and be like, oh, well, who cares about the billionaires eat the rich? That's great. But fundamentally, you're giving the government, the legislature, the ability to, in the future...
Topic. Congratulations to Greenland on accepting a very generous offer from President Trump. We welcome you as the 51st state. Maybe that'll be happening any day now. U.S. officials met with reps from Denmark and Greenland at the White House on Wednesday to discuss how the U.S. could take control of Greenland. This has been something Trump's been talking about for years. And remember my rule number 1 of President Trump. He says a lot of things. One way or another, we're going to get it. March 4th, 2025. I need it for psychological reasons to actually own it. 2021, he said that. We're going to do something with Greenland, either the nice way or the more difficult way, January 9th, 2026. Denmark doesn't seem to want to play ball. They say they have a fundamental disagreement about this. That being said, there's only 50,000 people there, and it's Polymarket's got it a 17% chance that we acquire it, which is significant as a starting point. 50,000 people getting $500,000 or $1 million each would probably be a pretty good deal. It's a very strategic piece of land. If you look at what's happening with the ice caps melting, Sachs, and Russia positioning a lot of their ships up in the Arctic, there's a pretty clean shot going past Greenland to
the northeast of America. So maybe you could just talk about positioning a lot of their ships up in the Arctic. There's a pretty clean shot going past Greenland to the northeast of America. So maybe you could just talk about why this is, and again, you're not speaking for the administration, and it's not your lane, but why is Greenland so important?
Well, it is becoming more significant from a national security standpoint as those Arctic ices melt and you have new shipping lanes that have opened up. So it is important on that dimension. But look, American politicians have wanted to acquire Greenland for a long time. The great Secretary of State, William Seward, wanted to acquire it. He acquired Alaska. He wanted to get Greenland too, was unable to make that deal. But FDR and Truman both were interested in acquiring Greenland. It didn't work out, obviously. So this is an old idea that's new again, thanks to President Trump. I think he makes a great point. Why does it belong to the Danes? You know, it's a small country in Europe. It's not part of North America. And I think if we can acquire it for national security reasons and resource reasons, we should. And I think the odds of him pulling this off are much greater than 17%.
Chamath or Freeberg, you have any thoughts on the first state?
I don't know anything about it.
Well, they don't have to become a state, to be clear. I mean,
I know.
They can become a protectorate.
Yeah, I mean, territory, whatever it is. Yeah, could be like a country club, whatever. It's important that we get memberships.
This is a huge piece of real estate in the Western Hemisphere. It doesn't really make a ton of sense for Denmark to own it. It makes a lot more sense for it to be part of the U.S.
And
we're willing to pay for it, and I think that we can make them an offer that they can't refuse.
Absolutely. And it has...
We're going to send Luca Brasi over there.
Luca Brasi, make him an offer. You can't refuse. It's got a lot of rare earth minerals. There's a lot of oil offshore. Their big export now is fish, obviously. But this has lots of potential, Freeberg, in terms of the resources. And, why not get it done? Trump loves real estate. We got him for another 3 years. I say let President Trump cook. And if he wants to buy some other land, I'm here for it. I love building the empire. This is my favorite Trump. Freeberg, you love this Trump or not?
The old adage is there's always a deal, there's always a price, except when you're negotiating with the government. So I don't know how that's going to go. My understanding, my experience is that they do not want a deal. They're not interested. There's a whole bunch of national pride associated with that. You can't break national pride, as we know as patriots of America. It is very hard to fight national pride. I don't know if the economics are really going to play out. But security guarantees, maybe other benefits for the great kingdom of Denmark. There could be a strong alliance and partnership for the United States.
I think it could be important for the U.S. to have a new frontier. You know, maybe what we can do is send all these progressive socialists off to Greenland to tame this new frontier.
I want to go.
Yeah, send Mondami there. They get that grit.
We need that spirit of the frontier of cowboys, of exploration.
Yeah, send Mondami. He seems like a very resilient, gritty guy. He'll come with his whole crew, the socialists, Ro Khanna. Let him set up there. Let's see what they build.
I think the idea of having what's called a freedom province or freedom state or freedom city.
Economic free zone, yeah.
Yeah, and I do think if we are looking down the barrel of socialism in the United States, which I think socially leads to a destruction of individual liberties and a degradation of the social fabric in America, before that happens, it's important that those who are on the other side, and before they get overwhelmed with the votes and the elected officials that will fight against them, before this all happens, it's important to think about carving out a legal territory. And that legal territory should allow for the resurrection of the great American Union, of the great American spirit. And we should find a place within our sphere of influence before we get overwhelmed to set something
Texas,
up.
Dude. It's called Texas. Remember the Alamo. We're making our last stand here.
Absolutely. The 50 calibers are up on the ranch.
I think it would be helpful to get something that's federally set up, Sachs, that you could have like untouchable legislation that says this is not to be touched, this pioneering, whatever it is. And maybe,
join the militia. We got a militia.
And maybe Greenland is the place, but it's something that feels, it's got to be something that feels difficult, something that feels open, something that feels a little bit untouched, and it's regionally encased with a set of legislated things like Guam or Puerto Rico or something, where you set it up and you're like, look, this is untouchable. It takes a big action to change it. Something where people can have protection against the socialist milieu that's on the way.
You know, it is kind of interesting. As I remember from my high school history, I think the frontier was officially over by 1910. I think that was, meaning every longitude basically had been fully explored. Every latitude and longitude had been sort of settled. And that is when the progressive era kind of began. And I do kind of wonder whether the frontier was this like escape valve for pressure that builds up, resentments that build up in the economy. People could always just go west and become pioneers, find new territory.
That's right.
And in a way, that's what America was for Europe, right? I mean, Europe was sort of this overcrowded place. It was oppressive. And people just left. They could opt out by going to America and settling over in what would become the United States. And I kind of wonder whether maybe we need something like that again.
And by the way, I think the digital
hatch for all the
frontier-
discontents,
You're
so
right.
they don't become democratic socialists in America.
And for a while, the digital frontier became that escape valve, but now that's being shut off and it's being closed down, and the place where it's been run from is being subjugated to the socialists. So the question is, what's next? I think it's a very good question.
Well, the problem is that the socialists, they're not explorers, they're not pioneers, they don't create anything, they're not builders. What they are is they're really good at hijacking existing institutions.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they do, is they take things that were created by great people and they subvert them and they seize control. And that's what they're going for, is total control.
All right.
First in California and then in Washington. But I do wonder whether the existence of some sort of release valve might defer that day, right? Because you get less pressure building up in the system.
Yeah.
All right, another amazing episode, and just want to give a shout out. Shmoff did an amazing interview with my guy Howard Lutnick. That was fun, huh? Yeah, Shmoff?
That was awesome. He was awesome.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by him. And Freeberg, on a bit of a heater here. Today we dropped an incredible interview with FDA Commissioner Marty McCary. Am I pronouncing correctly? McCary. Great job there. And also you got to hang out with your childhood hero. We grew up on Howard Stern on the East Coast, but you grew up with Adam Carolla. And you got to interview him. You were fangirling a little bit there at the start, weren't you?
Well, it was great. I'd never met him, so it was great to interview him. I mean, he has a lot of interesting ideas. I got a lot of texts about his coined term gynofascism, which I think some people
Explain to the audience what gynofascism.
Watch the interview. And learn
Okay, yeah,
about
watch the interview. We don't want to get a... He was great. You had to see the start of this interview. Freeberg's like, Mr. Carolla, I used to watch you and Dr. Drew talking on Loveline, and it really was formative in my years as a broadcaster, and now I too am a broadcaster. It was really cute. It was really cute.
I never said I'm a broadcaster. I would never.
You were
ever,
like, I
would never
stuff.
degrade myself like that, Jacob.
I actually am doing random acts of broadcasting. The sun never stops on the All In Empire. And I also did a fun CES interview with the CEO of McKinsey, Bob Sternfels, and Hemant from General Catalyst. And that's up on the feed. So four interview shows waiting for you in your feed. And to the mainstream media trying to keep up with this, GFY. Good for you. Have fun trying.
You guys believe that Jake has been invited to Davos?
I can't wait to see this.
I'm bringing my acoustic
I can't
guitar.
wait to see
I'm
this.
going to tear it up. We're going to have fun.
Did you guys see me rage bait Twitter 2 days ago?
What'd you
No,
say?
what did you do?
I put this thing where...
You showed your legs?
No, remember when we did the interview at the All In Summit where Tulsi talked about the Obama documents?
Yeah.
Well, this guy did a rant. I thought the rant was great, but I just retweeted it, and people lost their mind. Basically,
Really?
he was calling for Obama's arrest.
God.
Oh, God.
I said very casually, gosh, this is a really underreported story.
Oh, I saw that one.
To be
I was wondering who that guy was, though. I'm like,
Did Nat make you take it down?
No, it's not still
Too
up
late.
there. Still up there.
Wait, who is that streamer?
I don't know who he is.
It
Just
could
some
be
guy
AI.
saying Obama
Could be AI.
to jail.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he said he met Obama.
Did you guys watch Nick Shirley's new video?
Oh, no.
He goes looking for the
kid's gonna get himself
check
killed.
this out. There's these transportation companies. They get $10 million a day in Minnesota.
A day?
A day for non-emergency medical transportation. So the state will pay if you transport someone that's autistic to Target to get them groceries, $50 a ride. And there's a website where the transportation company gets to log into the website, and they're registered as one of the transportation companies, and they're like, I took someone from this place to Target, and you fill out all these forms, and then you get a check immediately.
On the
State of
trust,
Minnesota-
it's a trust system?
They never investigate, they don't audit, they don't check, nothing. So Nick Shirley starts going around looking for the transportation companies, and it's like a liquor store. He's like, "Where's the transportation company?" The liquor store guy's like, "There's no transportation here. It's like a burrito place, like a deli, like all of these places are
What are we
just
doing,
like
folks?
transportation companies. Tens of millions of dollars a week just being given out." And by the way, this is not a race thing. It does no one any good to cast this as being a Somali thing. And that, I think, is what's getting everyone in trouble.
No,
the fact, and by the way, it's what shuts off a lot of people to actually being able to look at the fraud. And it's not about the Somali people. It's about the fact that fraud is allowed by the government. And it's about the fact that the government either is implicit or complicit in this fraud. And I think that that's what people need to pay attention to and ignore all of the rattlings about what community or what group or who's doing it, and just focus on the fact that the government lets this shit happen. If you think about the state of California spending $350 billion a year, and you ask yourself the question, are those government agencies and the agents in those agencies doing their job of making sure that there's no fraud taking place? There is no way anyone's going to raise their hand and say, yes, they're great fiduciaries of taxpayer money. And that's what we should all be paying attention to. And get out of the political divide on all this and the racism and all the bullshit. Focus on the fact that the government does this shit.
All right, everybody. Another amazing all-in episode. Thank you for tuning in. Oh, by the way, guys, we hit 1 million subs on YouTube. They sent me a gorgeous plaque. I'm putting it up in my office. It's amazing. And
Wait, what? Where's
yeah,
mine?
they sent the 1 million plaque. It's great. All the team autographed it and wrote me a really nice note. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Yes. Jamal would like to say you're welcome. Jamal's like, you're welcome. All right, see you at Davos. Kumbaya, Davos. We'll see you there.
We'll let your winners ride.
Jamal's like, you're welcome. All right, see you at Davos. Kumbaya, Davos. We'll see you there.
We'll let your winners ride.
Rain Man David Sack.
And instead, we open source it to the fans, and they've just gone crazy with it.
Love you, West. The Queen of Quinoa.
You're not looking at little aliens. It's not little green men in little invisible crafts that are just got bubbles around them. No, you're looking at... I got a video of Trialpha Energy. Only 4,000 views. October 14th, 2025. TAE Technologies Fusion Lab Tour. So, there's a lot of noobs out there. A lot of primitives. They think that Trialpha Energy hasn't built anything. They think that Trialpha Energy hasn't done anything. We're here to tell them Trialpha Energy has whole YouTube videos showing off their literal reactor that they've built, where they've done all of this.
Confine it and control it. And this is really the art of doing plasma science. So TAE approach is this very unique type of plasma configuration called field reverse configuration, or FRC. So what really is, it's about the shape of the plasma. So other devices like tokamets, they have like a donut-shaped plasma. In our device, the FRC is more of a smoke ring that is spinning. And as it spins, it creates its own magnetic field, and then it self-organizes, similarly to a tornado that kind of self-organizes out of thin air. So you can imagine that to get this special type of plasma, the FRC, you need very special conditions the same way as a tornado does.
So the big secret of this FRC stuff, now you're seeing like you have to make a tornado. Like all of a sudden you just start spinning your lasers, right? And they start spinning and all of a sudden, boom, plasma just appears. And it creates this stable form. And you would look at it, you go, oh, that's weird. Why is that happening? It's too stable. It shouldn't be so stable. The reason why they're so stable is because space-time's not empty. because space is not an empty vacuum. The same reason why the atom is stable. Why is the atom stable? What did I say at the beginning, chat? Why is the atom stable even though the electron is zipping around it going super speed? Because space-time is a medium of energy, and the electron is absorbing that energy. So plasma is just a bunch of electrons. You can imagine plasma as a giant atom, a sea of negative and positive charges. So if you start to spin it up, you can see these self-organizing properties begin to occur, because it's abusing the fact that energy is now being exchanged with the zero-point energy, with the medium itself. That's my rationale, my explanation for why this self-organization and this long-lasting stability exists when it shouldn't. Just like with the smoke ring.
Unlike some other fusion devices you may have seen, you might notice that Norm's external magnet coils are simple, planar rings spaced along the confinement vessel, like a giant solenoid. This makes the engineering of TAE's reactors much simpler than that of the donut-shaped reactors like tokamaks and stellarators. Furthermore, our FRC plasma is simple and stable enough to achieve what we call high beta, which basically means that a tokamak would need 10 times stronger magnets to contain the same plasma pressure that Norm does. This high beta, or high relative pressure of the plasma, is one of the unique characteristics of TAE's configuration that enables the path to advanced fusion fuel cycles beyond deuterium and tritium. The ultimate goal of our company is to use PB11, which is a-neutronic, and therefore much more friendly to use from a materials and regulatory standpoint.
So there you go. I mean, that was basically like an Ashton Forbes live stream right there. High beta value. He says high beta value 10 times higher than tokamaks. Beta value close to 1. This is the pressure, magnetic field strength compared to the plasma pressure. This allows for much higher temperatures. This is what allows for boron-11 to become a possibility. So if you are not doing field reverse configuration, you have no chance. Literally no chance right from the start. Just right from the physics, right from the start, you are never getting to proton boron-11 fusion using a tokamak. And that's what he's laying out right here, is that field reverse configuration, the betas on tokamaks is only 10%, 0.1, compared to almost 100% beta with field reverse configuration. It's no comparison. So when people ask me, why are you interested in TAE, why are you interested in helium? Because they're the ones who are going to make it work in the long run. And everybody else is going to switch to field reverse configuration.
One consequence of our high beta linear confinement system is that we have open magnetic field lines that carry our plasma leakage out the ends of the confinement vessel.
Ready? Guys, get ready for it. You're about to get the Yahtzee of the night. So what did he just say there? He says, our design is simpler. Our design is a linear design, so we just have these lines. The exhaust goes out the axial jets, just like what the orbs do. We got these lines coming out of it.
So here, at each end of the confinement vessel, we use a couple of stronger magnets to pinch the magnetic field down through this smaller vessel. We can pinch it even stronger now that we don't need to shoot plasma through it from the formation sections. That pinching of the field reflects a lot of the leaky plasma back into the confinement vessel, and because it reflects plasma like that, the effect is known as a magnetic mirror.
The effect is known as a magnetic mirror, chat. When you're right, you're right. You just gotta love it. Literally using magnetic mirror concept, and we figured it out. That you can build your ring structure of superconducting magnets, and the plasma is gonna flow through it like this. And what happens here is when this plasma flows, it goes back out the other way. And the problem is it wants to go out through the exit. But what happens? We make these cusps, we make these squeezed magnetic fields on the ends. And what happens is this causes the electrons to reverse course. This causes the particles to reverse course. So they want to shoot out and they go, nope, nope, I'm going to come back. Whoop. And so now it creates this structure where they're just going back and forth in the middle of our fusion reactor where they can't escape, even though there's just openings. There's openings on either side, but they can't escape. They're trapped in the middle in our magnetic mirror.
A little bit of real leakage passes through the mirror and comes out the other end, and that's like the exhaust of our fusion reactor. Since our exhaust comes out the ends, we have a limited space to expand it and cool it off before it hits metal. That happens in this arbitrarily big vessel here, which we call a diverter.
This neutral beam injector, this is the thing that now they don't need the ends anymore. They just use 4 or 8 of these big things that are like surrounding the core, and they're just shooting lasers in there. Almost like they're little knits, like you're knitting something, right? You're just shooting these lasers and then you're just keeping this FRC in the middle going. And we're extracting energy from that. That's how this concept works.
And the neutralization chamber, which is this silver larger can.
Inside the ion source, there are 4 arc plasma generators that provide a plasma for which the ions that make up the neutral beam come from. After the ion beam is formed, it travels into the neutralization tank where there's a gas chamber. Those ions interact with the slow-moving gas, stripping away electrons from that gas, neutralizing the ions. And this process is very efficient. Most of the ions are converted into neutrals. That continues to travel through a vacuum duct into the confinement vessel and into the center of the field reverse configuration plasma.
So you can see this device is pretty big, but it's not huge, right? Like this can fit inside of a pretty small warehouse. And if you remove the 2 ends from it, then it really can. Now, this laser is like as big as this guy is. So you got some pretty serious hardware here. This isn't the kind of situation where you just roll up and you're like, hey, I'm building a fusion company. People are like, hey, Ashton, why don't you build a fusion reactor? I'm like, do you see how much work goes into this? Like, this is a large amount of work that's going on here. So once again, though, let me point this out. There's only a couple companies that even have any fusion reactors like this at all. And Trump just bought one of them. In fact, he bought this one. The one we're actually looking at right now. And as far as I can tell, what Helion Fusion is doing is the exact same thing. Like, exact same thing. Field reverse configuration is basically just got one setup. Now, there's probably some minor differences in how they engineered it, but it's the basic same idea.
Beam injection starts with an initial seed plasma. That's plasma is created by plasma generators on either end of the device with biased electrodes and magnetic field coils along the axis of the machine, all here in red. The 8 neutral beam systems then provide the neutral particles that interact with that seed plasma. As they are ionized and create fast ions, they encircle that seed plasma. The confinement allows the fast ion population to increase. As that fast ion population increases, the current generates a magnetic field. The superposition of that generated magnetic field from fast ions and the generated field by the coils creates a closed field line system. Thus, you've created a field reverse configuration plasma.
The first guy was talking about open field lines. Open field lines meaning that we've got field lines are axial jets where things can escape. And we said we built our magnetic mirror to confine that, right? That's what we did. Now what he's saying is that we are shooting our neutral beams into our confinement mechanism, and what's happening is a structure is being formed. A plasma structure begins to form in the middle with closed magnetic field lines. This is important to understand. The closed magnetic field lines mean that the magnetic fields are completely encased, like a smoke ring, or like the Earth. This means that there's an actual structure there that you could look at on the inside. What would we call that structure? I would call it a plasmoid. You've created a plasmoid in the center of that. Apparently now we're calling it field reverse configuration. There you go.
Neutral beam injection is one of the most essential tools in magnetic confinement fusion. It works by launching beams of fast, neutral particles directly into the center of the plasma. These particles bring both energy and fuel into the plasma, helping sustain the plasma by heating and feeding it.
Here's the visual of that. If you missed the visual he was talking about, here's the visual of how it's done. You shoot these laser beams, you can see how it just spins up this plasma in the center of it, and then that plasma in the center now is our stabilized plasmoid. So this is a completely different way of doing it than what the hot fusion people are doing. To clarify the difference here, cold fusion is more of a concept of understanding how the lattice structure of metal and water interact, and we pulse a current through it. We can produce excess energy. Hot fusion generally refers to tokamaks or stellarators, which are really just trying to achieve deuterium-tritium fusion. What we're looking at here is a completely different configuration, completely different approach using the same underlying core concepts in physics that we're calling field reverse configuration. And in this configuration, we can achieve this high beta value, and they're shooting for the best possible fusion fuel, the one that nobody thinks is possible. Obviously, somebody thinks it's possible because they just spent $6 billion on it, right? Okay.
Sustained, neutral beam fast ions were used in a field reverse configuration plasma to stabilize the plasma. The increased velocity of the particles have larger orbits compared to the thermal particles, and so their orbits can average over all the small perturbations and turbulence, which stabilizes the MHD activity. Now, the population of neutral beam fast ions is so large, it actually reverses the magnetic field, which is key to forming one of these types of plasmas. Norman, the first iteration of C2W, created two closed magnetic field line plasmas at either end of the device and accelerated them towards each other. They would form a much larger FRC plasma in the middle. Now we simply create the closed field line plasmas with the neutral beam injection, significantly reducing the complexity of our reactor.
The way this worked originally, we made two plasma toroids and we shot them at each other, and then they would mix in the middle, and they would create one new FRC, and then we would shoot our neutral beams injected and keep it going. He said, now we don't need that anymore. Now just the neutral beam injectors can create the FRC and then keep it going as well. I mean, that's huge to me. To me, that kind of breakthrough tells you that these guys know the answer, and they're dripping the information publicly over periods of time, and now they've just got the investment they need to go build a giant reactor. I'm in.
Supply systems that support our fusion experiments. Over 100 of these cabinets populate our machine hall, delivering power to our neutral beams, biasing system, plasma guns, and various other high-power systems. Since the power feed we get from the grid is only about a megawatt, we must charge these supplies over the course of several minutes in order to reach the energy levels necessary for a plasma shot. When fully charged, some of these systems can achieve current on the order of 100,000 amps at potentials in the tens of thousands of volts. To put that in perspective, most cell phone chargers charge at approximately 5 to 12 volts and only put out about 1 or 2 amps of current. The distinguished expertise that we have developed in energy storage and delivery forms the basis of our Power Solutions subsidiary, which is adapting these systems to use in EVs, homes, and businesses. As one might expect, discharging such vast amounts of energy in just fractions of a second generates significant heat. Despite the massive thermal loads, we managed to keep these power supplies cool to just 60 degrees Celsius, or about 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Our on-site cooling system chills and delivers water on demand to these systems, as well as the neutral beams, diagnostic lasers, and other systems that need it. A programmable logic controller, or PLC, orchestrates...
Okay, so you guys this is probably going over your guys' head. This is going over some of my head. This sounds very similar to what Helion Fusion is doing. So Helion's like, we have to have all these batteries because we have to have all this energy, and we have to discharge this energy into our plasmas, and then we have to recharge those batteries right away using those plasmas, right? So we have to have a very complex system for charging the batteries up and keeping them charged and distributing the energy and not losing that energy in terms of waste heat. That's what I wanted to figure out for this. And she just said we have to have this controller. And Helion Fusion was talking about using either a centralized or a decentralized controlling system to control all these batteries. The other thing this reminds me of is, you guys remember that guy that made the plasma gun? This dude makes this plasma cannon. He's got a tower of capacitors that he bought.
Oh, that familiar shockwave. I just hope the neighbors aren't too upset.
That's essentially what they're doing here. That's essentially what they're doing here, but they're doing a more complex, more scientific, not just doing it for the funsies, right, kind of situation.
The many pumps, valves, and sensors needed to achieve adequate cooling of our machine. This PLC also monitors for leaks.
Plasma cannon. He's got a tower of capacitors that he bought. Remember that guy that made the plasma gun? This dude makes this plasma cannon. He's got a tower of capacitors that he bought.
Oh, that familiar shockwave. I just hope the neighbors aren't too upset.
That's essentially what they're doing here. That's essentially what they're doing here, but they're doing a more complex,
I love that our patients have nearly 2,000 doctors to choose from.
And
you can see an urgent
care doctor in
person
or
through our
app.
Anytime, day or night. We're here to give you the exceptional care
this
you
PLC
deserve.
also monitors for leaks and alerts us to any issues that may arise. A second PLC manages a combination of convection and hot cathode ion gauges, which determine the pressure within our many vacuum vessels. This PLC also controls a system of roughing, backing, and turbomolecular pumps, which are used to maintain ultra-high vacuum. Each turbopump has a pumping rate of about a cubic meter per second. These pumps can pull enough air out of our machine to create an environment that is 1 trillion times lower in pressure than that of our atmosphere.
One more thing I want to say here on this. I mean, this is where you want to be investing, right? Let's just be honest. I've spoken to people, even like, ENGA, which I thought was pretty impressive. ENGA stuff, pretty impressive. They got nothing on these guys. I mean, these guys, from a funding perspective, is just no comparison. These people have had billions of dollars. This is like the nicest facility I've ever seen. They've got a huge fusion reactor. They've got all their energy sites set up. This is exactly where you would expect a company to be, where you're now saying, okay, now I want to sign a deal. Now I want to sign a deal and start building commercial fusion reactors. This is the company that's ready for it, in my opinion.
That's about the same pressure as in outer space between the Earth and our moon. A third PLC monitors the status of each power supply system, opening and closing safety contactors or switches as needed to protect the system and our personnel. These PLCs work in tandem with our machine control system, which takes advantage of highly specialized equipment that can track key metrics like voltage, current, and temperature at rates of up to 500,000 samples per second, and issue triggers on a scale of 1/1,000,000th of a second. This is 100,000 times faster than the blink of an eye. Field programmable gate arrays, or FPGAs, allow us to process many bits of data in parallel and reconfigure our hardware to suit the needs of our ever-evolving experiments. With that, let me show you into our controller, the heart of our fusion. About a dozen people.
Yeah, so I mean, look at this thing.
Have you ever
look
wanted
at
to
this
throw a
facility
lightning
we got
bolt at
set up
something?
here.
Well,
This does
as it
not
turns
look.
out, it's technically quite possible to do. Today we're going to fire this directed energy device that I built a while back. I call it the Lorentz cannon. The cannon is supported by a 240,000 volt pulse forming tower called a Marksbank, which delivers an electrical power pulse of several gigawatts to the 30-barrel armature gun mounted on top. The gun then initiates a plasma channel through the air at current levels found in natural lightning and can direct this plasma channel towards any grounded target. Now you might be wondering, why would anyone build such a thing? Well, back in the day, when I lived at Survival Research Labs, my task was to make electrical devices that could somehow interact with the machines. But these machines were often quite violent and unpredictable, and they were usually loaded with weapons and explosives. So how could you arm an electrical device to survive in such a hostile environment? The answer? Use pulse power. And if that doesn't work, use more pulse power. Now, capacitor banks are a cheap and cheerful way to blast objects with hundreds of megawatts, or shower large areas of machines with molten metal. But to blast an object with capacitors usually involves running very heavy cables, and dragging these heavy cables up to a fast and mobile machine wouldn't be very practical at all. So I wondered, could you somehow direct a lightning bolt at a hostile machine instead? I read about lightning researchers who could direct lightning bolts to the ground by firing rockets trailing a thin wire. But how can a hair-thin wire possibly carry tens of thousands of amps? This is where the Lorentz force comes to the rescue. When you pass current through a wire, a magnetic field forms around it. Lorentz found that this field produces a force that compresses the conductor, which increases with the square of the current. Now normally, if you tried to pass 10,000 amps through a thin wire, it would instantly vaporize. But if the current rises fast enough, the Lorentz force grows faster than the explosive force, and it contains the hot plasma into a super dense channel. It's a great trick, but there's a catch. In order to get the current to rise that fast, you need to hit it with a rather large voltage pulse, and a fast one to boot. Now this is easy for a storm cloud to do, since it has hundreds of millions of volts available, but I wondered, could mere mortals pull off such a feat? As luck would have it, SRL had recently rescued a bunch of 20,000 volt capacitors from the scrapyard. But some quick calculations revealed that we needed over 120,000 volts to produce a fast enough edge. So to get 120,000 volts out of 20,000 volt caps, I borrowed the Marksbank approach used to power the Z machine. Now, a Marx bank is a clever way to multiply voltage by almost any amount. Here's how it works. First, all of the caps get charged in parallel to 20,000 volts through the liquid ballast tubes. Then an array of spark gaps fires them in series, effectively multiplying the original voltage by the number of levels. So, I started on the Marx bank design and stacked all of the 20,000 volt caps that we had into an 8-foot high Marx bank weighing 4,000 pounds. Then, Tim Wellington and I started on the plasma gun itself, which featured a heavy brass front striker plate for the high current plasma channel and 30 barrels for good measure, which seemed enough for a full SRL shot. For firing targets on the killing floor, we gave the cannon actuators for both panning and tilting, and an aiming laser located in the central tube. Then we assembled all of the cannon parts in the SRL yard and tried some test shots. It worked. And it trashed my black and white Vidicon camera in the process. But at full capacitor voltage, the gun could only create a stable plasma channel about 15 feet long. So, of course, we kept turning the voltage up, increasing the range, but unfortunately, the scrapyard caps were already at their end of life, and stressing them to 120% quickly resulted in many violent capacitor failures. So, we needed to find new and better caps, and lots of them. But turns out they weren't cheap, and even used, just one of these energy storage caps cost more than my pickup. Well, it took me a minute to find another set of capacitors, but I finally had the good fortune to come across these. Here in the future, there are much beefier third-generation capacitors available, allowing more than double the drive voltage of the old bank, and peak currents well into the range of lightning strikes. So let's pick up where we left off. The ranging test back then yielded a 25-foot range, but by overloading the old caps to 120,000 volts. Today, let's see if we can reach 35 feet with 150,000 volts. I'll be operating the cannon and the Marx bank from the relative safety of the operator's console here, but with heavy eye and ear protection nonetheless. So first we acquire the target, then start charging the Marx bank. The top scale on this high voltage divider is calibrated to show the final output voltage. 150,000 volts is right about here. Okay, the bank is charged and ready to fire. 3, 2, 1.
We have got to the point where
What happened? Shouldn't it like decimate that board?
This is based.
Looks like I need to adjust the aim compensator upwards a bit. At this energy, the shock wave easily rips the target away and leaves a bit of a flame even. You can definitely tell that a stable plasma channel formed since it blew a hole in the plywood and the peak current reached tens of thousands of amperes, and the Marx bank completely discharged its energy, and it was loud as hell. The echo off those buildings about a half mile from here kind of sounded like distant thunder. Now let's try doubling the energy delivered to the target.
You should put someone behind the target or like a dummy.
150,000 volts. Our meter here only goes to 200,000, but it'll still give us a good estimate. 3, 2, 1. But it'll still give us a good estimate. 3, 2, 1.
There we go.
It looks like doubling the energy had an effect. We can discover why by slowing down the video about 6,000 times. With double the energy, the shockwave has now gone supersonic, with wooden shrapnel departing at about 1,200 feet per second. The target simply can't move out of the way in time, and is shredded to bits. Finally, how effective is the plasma cannon against electronics hidden inside hostile machines? This TV that I found in E-Waste should provide a good indication. The cathode ray tube still lights up, which will provide us with useful diagnostics. Okay, we're ready to fire with a full 210,000 volts on the bank. 3, 2, 1.
See, like, how does it explode the television?
The channel didn't penetrate the front of the CRT, but simply went around it and connected directly with the deflection circuits inside. Those circuits then launched through the top of the television. Here's a close-up of the plasma channel connecting with the TV in slow motion. Note that at this speed, we can actually watch the electron beam scanning out the test pattern on the screen. The electronics hidden inside the TV were adversely affected by the plasma channel. So I was surprised at just how fast the plasma cannon range scaled with increasing drive voltage, and how much of the voltage force the shockwave.
I know it clearly kills someone, but you would think that it would do more damage.
The data suggests that a plasma cannon with just a 80-foot-high March tower could achieve a quarter-mile range. That would be a fun follow-up project indeed, but I'll have to save that one for after I win the lottery.
Yeah, the target does achieve 9 data division was funny.
and it was loud as hell. You have to walk those buildings about a half mile from here. Kind of
There's a Harbor Freight store in your neighborhood, and to think about neighborhoods, made with
cords around it. Lorentz found that the steel produces a force that compresses the conductor, which increases with the square of the current.
This video is sponsored by Opera. The legal power limit for a laser pointer is 5 milliwatts. Well, I think it would be funny to build one that's 50,000 times stronger than that. Now, I've showcased a lot of ridiculous portable lasers on this channel, but so far, none of them come close to that kind of power. Even my strongest laser, which was world record-breaking when I built it, isn't even half at this level. Now, considering the advances in laser tech since I made this thing, I think it's time to build a laser pointer that just completely blows it out of the water. Now, I'll admit that more power is my only motivation here. This laser is horribly designed, and it is just plagued with issues. Not only do I want the next one to be stronger, I want it to be good, and have some cool features. Like the last one, the heart of the new laser is going to be the best diode array that the Chinese black market has to offer. The kicker is that there have been 5 years of improvements on these things. The new arrays are stronger, brighter, and more efficient. They still carry the same dubiously legal charm in the last one, though. They still ship with scratched-out part numbers, and the manufacturer still denies that they even exist. As long as I can input money into eBay to acquire these, I'm not going to complain. I mean, honestly, the feeling that I'm not supposed to own these really adds to the appeal. I've hooked the new array up to a lab power supply as a test, and although I can't push it to full power on this thing, it gives an idea of the insanity that I've been working with here. The array is the same physical size as my first one, but with more emitters packed in the same area. And according to the sketchy data sheet, it's rated for 161 watts of output power. I'm actually going to attempt to push it far beyond that using some overclocking techniques, but that's going to take more careful design. So most of the light bounces off instead of heating and melting it. The bigger reason, though, is that ice takes an enormous amount of energy to melt. Water is incredibly stubborn thermally, and in order to get it to change phases or even temperature, you have to dump in a ton of energy. My much bigger and stronger laser welder can slice through about anything, but when it comes to snow and ice, it hardly makes a dent. Yes, that's running at the full 2,000 watts there, yet its effect on the snow is barely noticeable. The full power only becomes apparent when I hit something other than snow with it. In fact, this laser will melt steel faster than ice of the same thickness. Funny how that works. Assuming perfect 100% light absorption and ice right at the melting point, my handheld blue laser could, in theory, melt 0.75 grams of ice per second, or basically 1 ice cube per minute. This is a great example of how lasers aren't impressive for their raw power, but instead excel in power density. Since I'm claiming that this is the most powerful handheld laser in the world, I need to make some clarifications. So by handheld, I mean something that can be, comfortably held in one hand, and also has its own enclosed power source. So an example of something that wouldn't count towards this would be my laser bazooka. It's portable, but way too big to be considered handheld. It also sucks. Another example would be my laser welding and cleaning machine. Yeah, the output is fed through a handle, but it's tethered to a 400-pound machine that doesn't even have its own power source. So no, that's not handheld either. Another important distinction when I'm talking about the most powerful laser is I'm referring to CW, or continuous operation. Pulse lasers can achieve far higher peak powers, only for a tiny fraction of a second, and in general are much less destructive than CW lasers. For example, this laser I built nearly a decade ago achieves higher peak powers than what I showed in this video, but only for billionths of a second. Overall, it's a much weaker laser. Now, funny story, I was actually contacted by a very large record book company about the original record breaker, but I didn't pursue it because it involved having the power verified by 2 independent sources. Now, don't get me wrong, this is a very reasonable expectation, but it's actually kind of hard to pull off. So a laser power meter that can measure hundreds of watts is expensive, and it's just not something that's commonly encountered. So only a few companies and universities are going to have something like that. But the bigger issue is that most people that work with big lasers for their career aren't going to want to be near lasers like this. Like, it's easy for me to get desensitized to this kind of stuff, but no, this is a psychotic project. And I can only imagine the aneurysms that OSHA and lab safety would have over these things. And even if I did find 2 people willing to test this laser for me, it's not like I can ship it or take it on a plane with me. It would have to be within driving distance. And because where I live isn't exactly Mecca of photonics, looks like you're probably just going to have to take my word for it for the time being. Earlier I said that this thing is 50,000 times over the legal limit for a laser pointer. So, does that mean I'm going to jail for making it? No. So the cool thing about U.S. laser law is that limit only applies to the sale and import. So there's nothing stopping me from making death rays in the comfort of my own home. Now, of course, I can't go out and sell this thing or play with it in a park, but I can show it off on a YouTube video. One additional point I should add is that the U.S. laser pointer limit of 5 milliwatts is actually quite lax compared to the rest of the world. Canada, Australia, and most of Europe set the limit to 1 milliwatt. So if you're in one of those places, my laser is actually 250,000 times stronger than anything you can buy. Now, personally, I think 1 milliwatt is too restrictive, since that's hard to see in a well-lit room. Besides, even at 5 milliwatts, the data shows that our blink reflex is fast enough to prevent eye damage from a direct hit. One final point I want to cover is safety. So my more recent videos have dealt with projects so extreme that I haven't even bothered with the whole don't try this at home bit. Just because honestly, this kind of stuff is beyond what can be replicated without specialized tools or equipment. And yes, this laser is so far off the laser danger rating scale that its eye hazards are incomprehensible. However, that's not what I want to talk about with this bit. I want to talk about handheld lasers that you can buy online. If you have a laser that looks like any of these, chances are that it's quite a bit over the legal power limit. It can cause permanent eye damage from even an indirect reflection. A laser doesn't have to be record-breaking to obliterate your retinas if misused. I realize this warning may seem ironic coming from me, but laser eye injuries are unfortunately very common today. I've covered this topic more in depth in some previous videos, but the gist is, tread very carefully with lasers bought online. Now I have to say, I'm glad to finally finish this project and put it behind me, because I feel like every single part just took way longer than expected. So a big thank you to all my channel members and Patreon supporters for sticking it out, and really for making projects like this possible. I also want to give a big thank you to Opera for sponsoring this video. I've been using No. three key players: watts, volts, and amps. Think of them like this. Watts are the muscle. They tell you how much power an appliance uses, like how fast it can get the job done. Higher watts mean more power and faster results. Think of a high wattage microwave cooking food quickly. Volts are the push. They're the pressure behind the electricity, like water pressure in a hose. Higher volts create a stronger push, making the electricity flow more intensely. Amps are the flow. It measures the amount of electricity moving at a time, similar to the volume of water flowing through the hose. More amps mean more electricity flowing per second. Here's the twist. Watts are actually a team effort between volts.
वाली वीडियो का पार्ट 1 तो मैंने अपलोड कर दिया है, पार्ट 2 के लिए और अब देखो ये बड़ी मस्त बहुत ज्यादा कूल यार। एक तो फॉरवर्ड करते हैं, दे दूसरा दे ये है टाइटेनियम आर्मी कैनन की प्लाज्मा कैनन, लेकिन हमारे पास इससे भी बड़ी है और अब जो मैं तुम्हें दिखाने वाला हूँ वो तरीके से और फिर उसको इस ड्रम से जोड़ दिया है और स्प्रिंग नहीं किसी भी फ्रेम करने में बहुत हो जाता है। गाइस है ना ये बहुत ज्यादा पावरफुल, भाई इसकी आवाज इतनी तेज है कि ज्यादा देर तक आप फायर नहीं कर सकते, वरना कान जो है वो भी सुन्न हो जाता है। कितना लग गया कितनी पावरफुल है। गाइस ये सच में बहुत मजेदार है यार, इसको अंधेरे में चलाने का तो और भी ज्यादा मजा है। गाइस अंधेरे में देखना अब तुम इसकी पावर और इसका नजारा। 1 2 3 ज्यादा तेज नहीं तो ये मतलब बिकॉज वहाँ पे ये जो 2-3 होल आप देख रहे हैं वो काम करेगा। तो इस प्लाज्मा कैनन बनाने के लिए चाहे वो छोटी हो या फिर बड़ी हो, आपको इस तरीके की एक गैस स्टोरेज की जरूरत पड़ेगी। ये स्पेशल टाइप की गैस स्टोरेज है क्योंकि ये जेट फ्लो यानी ये नॉर्मल लाइटर की तरह काम नहीं करती है। इसके अंदर से इस तरीके से जेट फ्लो होता है बिकॉज वहाँ पे ये जो 2-3 होल आप देख रहे हैं इनके अंदर से हवा
If you didn't notice, this is camera captive, and I'm gonna build a giant double barrel to land. Let's start.
Like a mist to me, right? This doesn't look like smoke and mirrors. This looks like a real, they got something really going on here. We know the science and the physics is real, and you can see their massive device out
there. If a donation makes sense for you right now, I'm asking you to pitch in to the Democratic
Party's Fight Fund. Let me explain.
This video is Fusion Masterclass number 4 about mirrors by Dr. Matt Moynihan. So, let's take a look at the mirror effect here.
Essentially, two magnetic fields that reflect particles. The reflection occurs because of something called the mirror effect. As a particle moves from a low-density magnetic field to a high-density magnetic field, it experiences a Lorentz force, which causes it to corkscrew around the magnetic field line. So you can think of a particle like just take a typical ion. Imagine it going clockwise around a magnetic field and traveling down this magnetic field, which is a low-density field where the lines are pretty far apart, and then the flux and the magnetic field gets tighter and tighter and tighter. And what happens is, as that happens, the particle starts corkscrewing much faster, and the number of turns gets closer together, so it kind of scrunches together as it goes further along. And eventually, under certain conditions, the particle will flip directions. The magnetic moment along the line will flip directions, and the particle will be reflected off of that magnetic field and continue corkscrewing out into the low-density field lines. So I say under certain conditions because the effect doesn't work all the time. If the approach of the helical turn is at a high enough pitch angle, it will leak through. And
holy shit, Chad. This is definitely, I would say, what's my percentage? 95% sure this is exactly what's in the orbs in the MH370 videos. The black lines that are coming out of the orbs, they're not solid. They're not solid. It almost looks like someone's got a spray can, like if you were to use the paint and use spray can paint on there. And I think that the reason is because they are controlling whether or not the cusps are closed in the magnetic mirror, whether or not they're going to allow the particles to escape. And so if they allow them to escape, then they're winding, they're helically winding, like he says, and they're going faster and faster and faster, and they're escaping out the front or out the back, out either side. They can control which side they come out of. So what you've got is you've got these particles coming in, and then they're getting trapped in here. And they're getting trapped because of the cusp. What's happening, as he's saying, is that what you do is you cusp, you squeeze the openings of either side down, and you make it more bulbous in the middle. And by doing this, when the particles approach that cusp, they have to squeeze down, and they get faster and faster and faster. And what happens is some of them reflect back. This is your magnetic mirror. This is why it's a magnetic mirror. because the configuration itself causes the particles to not escape and to bounce back. So then all you would have to do to control this is basically change the size of your cusp on either side, just actively. Change your cusp just like a fire hose. Determine the pressure you want to shoot out, or block it off entirely.
The way they model this is they have something called a loss cone. So it's a three-dimensional representation in mathematical space of particles, and things inside the loss cone have a high enough pitch angle that they get lost. Things outside the loss cone are not lost and they are reflected. So that's a mirror coil. It's essentially, in the most basic sense, the basic magnetic mirror is, think of a coil, a ring, a magnetic ring, that gets tighter as you get to the end of the mirror, causing that low density to high density transition where particles are easily contained and then they go to the mirror and they get reflected and they get sent back. And you put two of those coils facing each other. And essentially you've got particles that bounce off one mirror, go across the machine, bounce off the other side, go across the machine, bounce off the other side, and they bounce back and forth and back and forth. And as they crisscross in the center, they hopefully collide and fuse. That's the basic concept of a mirror machine.
Chad, this is what we're looking at in the MH3. How many foreign intelligence agencies are watching this right now? I actually want to know, Chad. If you are a foreign intelligence agency with the People's Republic of China, or with the Russian Federation, or you're with North Korea, or if you are with Iran, rest in peace for your nuclear scientists, put a one in the chat. I just want to know. I want to get some representation of what we got out there. But by the way, yes, this is what our secret plasma orbs are using. Yes, indeed. This is exactly it. So when I'm showing you these videos of these MH370 videos, I mean, you can pretty much just tell by looking at it. That's clearly what we're looking at here. Like you see those dark black lines coming out of it? Like that's where the shit's shooting out of the front of those. They've got a magnetic cusp on either side, and they can control one end or the other, whether or not something comes out. And you see the bulbous plasma, why it's circular? It's circular because what we just looked at right here. Like that's why, right there. There you go.
Two magnetic coils that face one another and have plasma bounce back and forth between the two in a linear fashion with stuff colliding in the center and hopefully fusing. So,
I just don't get, this is where, like, I've been watching this the other day, and I'm just sitting here like, Charles Chase figured this all out for Lockheed Martin like 10 years ago. It somehow doesn't go public. People are sitting here looking at Tri-Alpha Energy and helium fusion, which is basically doing this as well. And they're all wondering, why is Tri-Alpha Energy, why does helium fusion have so many billions of dollars of investment? How have they been running and not losing money since like 1998, I think is when Tri-Alpha Energy started? Well, I'll tell you why. Because a decent amount of people know that this is the secret to make fusion work. A lot of people know, and they are not throwing their money away investing in those companies. In fact, I'd be surprised if Tri-Alpha Energy doesn't have a few secret government project contracts as well. I'd be very surprised. I mean, how are they making money? You can't run a business for 20 years losing money and still have people invest in you. It doesn't work that way. So, yes, something is amiss.
Some of the bigger machines were about the size of a school bus.
Okay, we're going to scroll ahead a little bit. The geometry of the baseball design, the middle one, very similar to what Paul Thibodeau, this idea that you must have anti-parallel motion is actually highly represented in the baseball design. Because if you actually look at the relative motion of the fields, you're going to see that they're pretty much trying to maximize how often the fields are aligned against one another for maximum relativistic motion. But apparently we ended up moving towards the Russian design here of these loft bars. Now, what does this look like? The loft bars here look just like the wormhole. Look just like what we did to MH370. In fact, you could pretty much argue that the bars are the hypercylinders. The bars are the hypercylinders around the craft, and you've got two rings, one on either end, and that's how you're making your wormhole, and you're kind of cut and pasting. No, I just thought that was an interesting comparison.
So William Pigels and Ralph Moyer worked on an approach called an energy capture approach called direct energy conversion.
Holy shit, chat. My mind is blowing right now. Did we just stumble upon the literal payload here? We just hit the jackpot. This is the guy that pioneered directed energy conversion. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Christmas came early. Now you understand why the topic of tonight's live stream says mirror reactors and directed energy conversion. We just found the guy that pioneered directed energy conversion. Ralph Moyer. Nobody even knows who he is, but he's a famous physicist.
The more you stay home, the less you want to leave. And the more you stay, the heavier everything feels. You think you're resting, but you're actually draining yourself.
Okay, let's go.
Energy conversion is an exciting idea where material coming off of fusing plasma is at a very high potential energy because it's so hot. The helium ion that just came off the reaction is really, really hot.
The helium ion? Keep going.
So if you fire a beam of particles at a piece of metal that's just coming off a fusion reaction, it creates a very high potential energy in one spot. So 3 million, electron volts is a good rule of thumb for this. So direct conversion basically harnesses this capability as a energy conversion approach. Particles come off, they hit the metal at some point. Let me back up. Particles come off, you apply magnetic and electric fields to sort of beat them into submission. So you kind of collimate them, get them going in the right direction, and maybe do some sort of charge separation so you have just the positives or just the negatives, and then fire them into a metal.
He's like this. We're like, do you notice how every topic is going tonight from one to the next? I'm so glad I did it in this order because now when he's explaining this, you should in your mind be imagining the orbs, imagining a tube with superconducting magnets on it, and you've got your charged particles flowing through it. And that's what he's saying here. Like these guys, like obviously the stuff is real. These guys were working on it back in the 60s and the 70s. They were working on direct energy conversion, plasma fusion, propulsion, all of the baselines for everything that we now know is real. But the public still has no idea. Even right now in 2025, no idea. All you have to do is have your charged particles run into a plate. It's that simple. Have your charged particles hit a plate, and what's going to happen? This is going to push you. This is going to push. It's called momentum. It's called movement. That's it. So yes, you can very, very, very easily take a neutronic fusion and convert it into propulsion by simply having your charged particles hit a plate. I'm sure there's even easier ways to do it, or more efficient, smarter ways to do it, but just from a very simple standpoint.
Wall. And what happens is that point on the metal wall is held at a high voltage, which means that you have a 3 million volt point in an electrical circuit that's consistent and steady. And that allows for current to flow elsewhere in the circuit. So that's the concept. That's direct conversion. You have material coming off, ions at a high voltage, high potential energy. It's kind of beat into submission and collimated. It goes into a wall. It creates a point that's 3 million degrees, 3 million volts, and that allows for electrical current flow elsewhere in the circuit. So that's the basic idea. It's a very interesting...
And he even mentioned non-equilibrium. Non-equilibrium is separating positive and minus charges out and keeping them separated. And he mentioned that. He said, well, you would probably separate the positive and minus charges. He's talking about non-equilibrium. And that's what David Kirkley even talks about. He says you can even get higher efficiencies if you take your plasma and you make it go non-equilibrium. And you keep it stable like that where the charges are separated, which is almost certainly why we're seeing the heat signature in the plasma orbs, because they've separated the charge in those orbs. That's what they're doing there. Which is another reason why like this whole presentation we're watching here is about magnetic mirrors. And we're looking at one. We're literally looking at it.
In one place. So two things that were exciting about that work. One, they showed a 47% conversion efficiency.
I mean, you look at this, look how similar this is to the hypersonic design, how similar it is to the compact fusion reactor. They're basically just separating the electrons, which are blue in the image that you see here, from the ions and from the neutral particles. And you can see that you've got these collectors, which presumably are just superconducting magnets that are controlling the motion of the electrons and the ions, keeping them separated. That's it.
See, which is really incredible when you think about power plants today. A typical power plant today is 25% to 60%, maybe the world.
And he says this research in the 70s, they were getting 40 to 50% efficiency from doing this with fusion. 40 to 50% efficiency in the 70s, guys. So 50 years ago, they were getting 40 to 50% direct energy conversion efficiency. We only get 20 to 25% efficiency from power plants today, right now. So even in the 70s, they had proven experimental results showing double the efficiency of our best power production today.
I'm the director of research at Harvard, and if I were to die tomorrow, I'd want every person with macular degeneration, glaucoma, or blindness, including you, to know this. Tired of blurry vision, dark spots, and the constant fear of going blind? Then know that a simple blueberry from Walmart is all you need to see with crystal clear vision by next Monday. Give me 60 seconds to explain. I've been working in ophthalmology for over 30 years, and just last week, my team and I made the greatest eye health discovery of all time. The cure for macular degeneration, and it has nothing to do with eye drops, glasses, or surgery. It's what we call the blueberry trick. It's 100% natural, and anyone can do it at home today for less than $2. Everything you thought you knew about vision loss is wrong. Your blurry vision and macular degeneration have nothing to do with genetics or your age. The real cause is toxic deposits that build up in your retina as you age. And if you've ever taken lutein or zeaxanthin supplements, those deposits have already doubled inside your eyes. I wish I had discovered this earlier, because then my father wouldn't have been condemned to live dependent, unable to drive, cook, or even recognize faces. A sad and depressing end for someone who was once so independent. But this blueberry trick completely clears out all those toxic deposits, reversing even advanced macular degeneration and glaucoma in just 15 days. And the only reason you've never heard of it before is that when we tried to make it public, the optical industry banned us, claiming that major glasses and lens manufacturers offered $18 million to keep it secret. I'm being prevented from sharing any further details, but thank God my close friend, CNN medical correspondent Dr. Eric Donenfield, recorded a free video showing exactly how to...
The Magnetic Mirror Test Facility. I couldn't believe there was a story like this. Here it is.
Kinds. The MFTF was the largest machine ever built. And it was finished in 1986 under the Reagan administration. And when Reagan came in 1980, his philosophy was the biggest problem is government. Government is the problem. And what he meant by that was that he wanted to simplify and strip away a lot of big government programs that he didn't think the country was really benefiting from. And one of them was the fusion program, and principal among that was the mirror program. So this was a technical down select that the nation was making, and it killed off not
technical down select. That's what we're calling it. Okay, so 1980s roll up. Reagan comes in, and he's anti-big government. So he comes in and says, we got to cut all this government stuff. So what do you guys think they cut? What do you guys think they cut, chat? Anyone want to guess in the chat? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's find out.
Not just mirrors, but also FRC research, Pinch research, and other fusion research programs from around the country at various universities and national labs.
I'm going to crash out. I'm going to lose my effing shit right now. I can't believe what I just heard. They not only killed mirror fusion research, but it also killed all field reverse configuration research and pinch research.
I interviewed Dr. Robert Terry, who was at NRL at the time, and talks about this. He said he was at the APS meeting, and the Department of Energy showed up and essentially said, we are going to down select to tokamaks, and that it was the dumbest idea ever. And that fusion was not at a place where technical down selection was a good idea. And I tend to agree with that thought.
And this is the weirdest part. So they interviewed the people that were in the room. And what were their reactions? The reactions were, this was the dumbest idea ever. This is where conspiracy Ashton starts to creep in. Why would we do the dumbest thing ever? Especially because the amount of money that it takes to research some of these fusion programs is basically nothing. I suspect, especially given the time frame of this, that this was a specific decision that was made to move away from research that we knew was fruitful, that we were using in military applications, and send everybody away from it. And the reason why I say this is because just 2 years later in 1989, because this is 1986, 1987, 2 years later in 1989, the Department of Energy covers up cold fusion. So you have this big thing where you kill off all of these branches of fusion. And then 2 years later, guys named Pons and Fleischmann come out and they're like, hey, I just did like a garage experiment and we're seeing water just boiling when it shouldn't be. So we're seeing over unity. We can just tell it's over unity because water's boiling when it shouldn't be boiling. And the government freaks out. They freak out because they just tried to cover this all up, and now some random people are doing a garage experiment and they're proving the concepts of fusion that is not temperatures of the sun, or at least using methods that are unconventional to produce fusion. So they had to cover up cold fusion as well. And we've been living in this world since then where anything related to fusion is taboo. Anything related to the successful branches of fusion, the fusion that actually works, is considered pseudoscience. All of the fusion that doesn't work, that's been basically proven to not work, that we've had zero results from, that's considered the real fusion. Basically, reality has been inverted.
So the MFTF was slated for closure, and they came to Livermore and essentially told the staffers that were working on it that, hey, when we finish this thing, we're going to shut it down. And at the time, it was hundreds of people working in all aspects of the reactor, designing the magnets, building the magnets, shipping the magnets, building the vacuum vessel, designing the diagnostics,
They're building a giant superconducting mirror fusion test facility, and they just tell everybody we're gonna just shut this whole thing down. We're just not gonna do it at all. We spent all this money to build this thing. Where now all we have to do is just run tests on it. We're not gonna do it at all. That doesn't sound like saving money to me. Actually, sounds like the opposite of saving money. Sounds like wasting money and then not doing experiments that could have given us value for that money that we spent to cover up potentially successful fusion research. Do you see the reason why they don't want the MH370 videos to come out yet, chat? The reason why everybody's against me on the videos for the most part, I mean, when it comes to podcasters, is because if those videos are real, the cover-up is really gross. Like, gross to the degree where they've been hiding fusion research from us, and they potentially actively suppress the fusion research from us, from the public, nefariously, with malintent, with intent to ensure that we don't figure it out from the public perspective. There deserves to be accountability for the people that made those decisions. The people that made those decisions should have their careers and their historical relevance tarnished. Even if it's Edward Teller. Even if it's Edward Teller himself. Whoever made that decision to prevent humanity from getting fusion research, they should be considered one of the worst people in the world, no matter whatever they did for us.
Malaysian 370, contact Ho Chi Minh 120.9. Good night. Good night, Malaysian 370.
Breaking news tonight, a Malaysia Airlines flight with 239 people on board, including 4 Americans, has gone missing.
Carl Sagan could not have predicted 2021, but he did see it coming. He wrote the following back in 1995, and we quote, "I have a foreboding of an America in my children's or grandchildren's time when the United States is a service and information economy, when nearly all the manufacturing industries have slipped away to other countries, when awesome technological powers are in the hands of a very few, and no one representing the public interest can even grasp the issues, when the people have lost the ability to set their own agendas or knowledgeably question those in authority, when, clutching our crystals and nervously consulting our horoscopes, our critical faculties in decline, unable to distinguish between what feels good and what's true, we slide almost without noticing back into superstition and darkness. The dumbing down of America is most evident in the slow decay of substantive content in the enormously influential media. The 30-second sound bites now down to 10 seconds or less. Lowest common denominator programming, credulous presentations on pseudoscience and superstition, but especially a kind of celebration of ignorance. Roll that around for a while. Those were among his final published words. He died 10 months later. Here we are 25 years later, realizing just what he was trying to tell us back.
Ashton Forbes, you know, that super jacked guy.
Malaysian 370, contact Ho Chi Minh 120.9. Good night. Good night, Malaysian 370.
Breaking news tonight, a Malaysia Airlines flight with 239 people on board, including 4 Americans, has gone missing.
Even as these grainy satellite images released today by the Chinese government.
Why shoot it down though if it's not hostile?
Our technologies permit us to manipulate time and space.
Why the Americans would?
They leave distance annihilated.
This country is very powerful. Far more powerful than people understand. We have weaponry that nobody has any idea what it is, and it is the most powerful weapons in the world. Not even close.
I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu is trying to persuade the prince that he should do his duty, and to impress him takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." I suppose we all thought that, one way or another.
Switch to TurboTax. File free in the app by 2/28.
Sitting here, checking the news. I was just checking the news out, guys, on this Friday, going, "Hey, what's going on here?" Oh wait, what does this say? Trump media bets on fusion energy deal with TAE? Wait, Trump media to merge with TAE Technologies fusion firm? OMG, chat, it is happening! Holy crap, everybody. Welcome to the live stream tonight, guys. As you can tell, things are happening. If you've been following this live stream, following my content for many weeks, years now, actually, at this point, then you already know why this is significant. If not, let me just lay it out there for you very quickly. What is happening? Why is this huge? Well, Tri-Alpha Energy, also known as TAE Fusion, you can use those terms interchangeably, is one of only 2 aneutronic fusion companies in terms of like companies that are actually doing things out there. One of 2. The other one is Helion Fusion, or Helion Energy is their official name. And I've been boosting up Helion Energy, Helion Fusion, for several months now. Several months. In their CEO's replies on Twitter, for example. And I've been saying that we've been waiting for the moment. Waiting for the moment. Sometimes you don't even know what you're looking for, but you know it when you see it. You guys know that feeling? That you're looking for something, but you don't know what it is, but you'll know when you see it. That moment is right now. That moment is right effing now. I'm telling you right now, I'm feeling that moment. I was ready to wait for Helion Fusion's IPO. And instead, Trump, out of nowhere, pulls a move that nobody would have anticipated, nobody, and acquires their competitor, Tri-Alpha Energy. The company that's the one in the shadows and I've been wondering about in terms of what are they doing. I see very little publicly from them, but they have obviously a huge amount of funding and huge name backers. Been wondering what they're up to. All of a sudden, Trump just acquires them. Thank you very much, by the way, Hey Ocean. Somebody appreciated the shirt. Oh, sorry, John Hold beat you. Sorry, whatever praise I just gave to Hey Ocean, please take that praise and pass it over to John Hold. You are the one who deserves that. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Okay, let's get serious for a second here now, though. So, everybody's wondering, this is actually making the news, and I have to say at this point, I'm starting to wonder if we're not influencing things. Like, we don't have that much power, but this community is now a voice that is being listened to. And we're hearing, I mean, this is one of two neutronic fusion companies. Like, what are the odds that Trump picks this one? So we're going to discuss this. We're going to discuss the implications. And yes, people have mentioned in the chat, is there ethical concerns? Yes, there's ethical. Of course there's ethical concerns. I didn't even think this was legal. I didn't think Trump could just buy a fusion company like this, but the way that he's got it set up, it is legal, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Whatever. At this point, just show me the money. Tell me where I got to invest because, okay, I got to spoil one more thing. I'm ready to talk about this, and I'm going a million words a minute here. But the other huge thing about it is that this bypasses the IPO process. TAE was a private company. They're not public. But Trump Media Group, which owns Truth Social, is a public company, publicly traded. So the way this is going to go down is that TAE is going to suddenly just become part of, quote, stock ticker DJT, Donald J. Trump. It's going to just become part of that and instantly become a public company. I have to wonder, does that bypass some regulatory or oversight that would have publicly occurred where that people might have been looking into the technology, the books, the stuff that TAE was working on? Now suddenly that's not a big deal anymore because now it just got passed straight over to a company that's already public. So there's no worry about trying to value how much the company is worth and what the company should be worth during an IPO process, because that was all just decided behind closed doors just now. Man, this is like, I'm guessing, I don't even know that much about historical deals like this, but I'm going to go ahead and guess this is pretty much unprecedented for two companies in two completely different industries to merge like this. To do it where one is a public company and one is a private company, got to be an extremely rare circumstance. So, okay, we're going to talk more about that, guys. But there's a couple other topics I want to discuss here before we get to that. There was a big update. Actually, before we get to that, a couple things I want to show here. I want to shout out Josh Polarity, actually, because I saw Josh Polarity say some nice things about me, and I looked at his channel and I saw, wow. His channel's huge. It's bigger than my channel. I don't remember when he started, but I don't even think it was that long ago. So, huge shout out to Josh. He's doing amazing work out there. In fact, I'm jealous of some of the way he's doing his content. It's great. I'm gonna have to take some notes. So if you guys are interested, especially in the more esoteric aspects that people say I'm afraid to talk about or don't want to talk about, I'm just not interested in really. He's the guy to go to for sure. And I think that the reason why people are interested in his content is that it's genuine. It's just like a dude giving his honest opinion open-mindedly, asking genuine questions, as opposed to feeling like you've got to either throw people softballs or, read off a script, as opposed to just ask what people are thinking, And I think there will always be a market for that. And I think Josh has tapped into it. So congratulations. Shout out to him. Also, this clip here by Salvatore Pais, I want to play. That this was on, what's this podcast called? Somebody's going to have to put the podcast name in the chat, guys, and I'll figure it out. Oh, wait, I think I can figure it out here. It's, you put a link here. They don't even have the name of their podcast. UFO files, UAP files chat. Okay, well, we'll still give them a shout out, even though they're using UAP, but you guys know how I feel about the UAP term. We don't use that term here, chat. We don't use that. That's a bad word. It's a bad word. The UAP Files Podcast is the name, guys. UAP Files Podcast. Check them out. Here's an excerpt from their video. Here we go.
Recognized. I'm extremely respectful of your clearances and things that you can't talk about, but has there ever been an instance where you've heard somebody's UAP story and thought, oh, that looks like something from a blackboard I've seen in my past?
As a matter of fact, sir, this is no joke, and there's a great man that I hope you have on your podcast. Some people have, for example, there's this Professor Dave that has put him down greatly, and other people have called him all kind of names, ad hominem attacks. His name is Ashton Forbes of the MH370 files, let's call him that. He has a pod named Hard Truths Podcast. He has a very interesting set of videos that he has been putting forward and trying to understand the physics of. And in my opinion, he has gotten somewhere. And as a matter of fact, this guy is in the healthcare industry, and yet
factual.
His ability to take, for example, a physics paper, he's very interested in, for example, aneutronic fusion. So in other words, without the production of neutrons, fusion being very essential to the power plant, the way these things operate. And in my opinion, one should pay very much attention at what Ashton has to say.
Wow. So I need to point out, this video interview dropped before the news of Trump buying TAE. And I know why Salvatore Pais is interested and why he's mentioning this is because aneutronic fusion is linked with aneutronic fusion is connected to his concept of cold plasma, and of the MH370 video orbs. So he knows that the secret is using this cold non-equilibrium plasma, and my guess is, I was going to say the only way to do it is aneutronic fusion, but it might not be the only way, but certainly one of the ways. So to me, it's obvious just from the beginning right there. Sal's getting more and more bold about saying what he truly feels about this technology. And even I wake up every day like this. We're watching a movie play out. You can write a movie script about this, about, the engineer that was trying to reveal the technology from the Navy, and the random healthcare IT guy that, autistically started to figure out all the physics and the science publicly, all from public information, started to unravel it, like the brilliant mind out here. And so here he is, openly praising it, saying, yes, there is some videos out there that are like what I've seen in the black world. And he's saying it's the MH370 videos with the orbs. He's seen the Pais effect, the Schwinger limit being broken, space-time being ripped apart, if you want to think of it that way.
It's those videos. I have never seen anything more remarkable that show the Pais effect in action than those videos. And if indeed somebody took the time to go through the incredible amount of work, in my opinion, to get the physics right. For example, when these three orbs coalesce around the aircraft and start pulsing energy, which is exactly what I'm talking about, a resonance condition being set around the craft, breaking the Schwinger limit, you actually see the black hole formation. I don't know what else to say, but if that is not the Pais effect right there for everyone to see, I don't know what it is. Again, I call it the Pais effect because, again, this is in the wide world now. They cannot take these back. They've already, how should I say it? They've let them out there. So,
I mean, he's saying right there, you're seeing a black hole being open. A lot of people, if you're normie or you're new to this community, you have to realize that a black hole and a wormhole are one and the same thing. We've been calling these things in the sky black holes that we see in the galaxy or in the solar system, or sorry, not the solar system, in the universe. We've been calling these things black holes, but we only call them this based on, actually John Wheeler is the one that coined these terms, including wormhole as well. So we're still primitive when it comes to our understanding of physics in the universe. We're just trying to figure this stuff out. But Sal's saying these energy orbs that you're seeing, when they're converging together, they're breaking something called the Schwinger limit, which was like how much energy density space-time can take before it just breaks and cracks, before it allows for these types of effects to occur. And so he's saying that this technology, these orbs here, that this is, why are we considering this to be alien technology? This can be human technology. And it's not to belittle the idea of aliens. I think for a lot of people, the idea of aliens is a very profound spiritual understanding. But for me, it means literally nothing. For me, it means nothing at all. He's saying we shouldn't just be looking at aliens to solve our problems, to give us the answers, to fix our situation. We can do this. We are actually a species that's pretty incredible, and we have our own pluses and minuses.
Now they're in the public eye. But
the other thing I want to point out here is that this is the first time he specifically said that these are videos that can't be taken back anymore. The reason why the MH370 videos are so huge is that they are leaked, classified footage that to this date has still not been acknowledged, but it is real. It is 100% real. And they did try to cover up the videos, once upon a time at least, and possibly even recently. I don't know. But these videos can never be taken back now. And Sal is pointing out here that they're letting this conversation happen. If they wanted to get extreme, they could take Sal out, they could take me out, they could make this conversation go away. It might Streisand effect, but they could do it if they were desperate. So to some degree, this conversation is being allowed to occur. This is being allowed to be part of disclosure. Probably because they realize, if I were to speculate, and I'm going to, they probably realize their own failures and inadequacies. They probably realize that their attempts to disclose this alien shit has just been complete and utter failure for like 20 years. And it has been. There's been basically no results, and they just keep putting the same movie out, expecting like something to change, and nothing ever does. I personally believe that's part of the reason why we're being allowed to talk about this. Okay, and then the last part that Sal says here.
I think it's very important. Ashton and I were talking about this, that this is the kind of disclosure you need. It is one thing to keep on hearing, oh, NHI is this. Are we not proud of being humans? Are we not capable of great feats of engineering and physics? Do we not take pride in who we are? We're Homo sapiens sapien, and that's where we stand. And let anyone come against our species, we shall defeat them, because we're humans. We're very, very special in this galaxy, sir. In this whole universe, I think we hold a very special place. Maybe that's why they visit us.
Johnson, why are you naked? Because my t-shirt sucks. Look at Gibson. He's wearing a true classic tee.
I think we should be open to that idea. I think we should be open to that idea. There is a very real possibility, maybe slight, but it's a real possibility, that we are like an endangered species. Or that, like, the aliens look at us like Indian people look at cows. They look at the cows as being divine, right? The aliens might look at us and be like, oh, the humans, they're so primitive, but they're so divine, right? There could be situations like that where we're like a porcelain statue that nobody's allowed to go near. Sorry, that's in my collection. No one's allowed to touch that. But at the same time, look at it like this, too. I want you guys to think about the alien situation differently. I want you to think about the alien situation differently. What if we have some abilities that the aliens don't have? For example, black people can jump higher than white people. It's just a fact. It's just a biological fact. There's no racism involved there. Black people can jump higher than white people. Simple as it is, right? What if the aliens can't jump as high as black people can? Right? What if they can't jump as high as... I shouldn't have said that. That sounded a little bit racist, chat. I didn't mean to be racist there, but it sounded a little racist. What if the aliens can't jump as high as any human? All races matter. What if... Now, I'm joking, but here's the point I really wanted to make. What if our ability is evolution? What if we evolve at a time scale rate that is significantly faster than the aliens? What if it turns out that we are basically like an optimized biological computer, that when we assimilate with actual machine intelligence, we transcend and become a being that is almost beyond the physical realm? Because at this point we can control time, we can control energy. At this point we can live forever if we want. This may sound extreme to you guys, but if you've been following me for a while, you know what I'm talking about is 100% within the realms of physics. Once you realize that space is not empty and we have access to potentially unlimited energy, that's the reality of the technology we're dealing with. So think about it from that perspective. Think about it from the perspective of there might actually be, even though we are primitive, there might be something about us that allows us to catch up, that makes us a threat to aliens that are out there, even though they are technically much more advanced than we are now. Just an interesting thought. And I think the reason why I like Sal is that Sal has a different perspective on these things than most people that I talk to. Everybody else is so boring. They just want to talk about, are the aliens evil? Are the aliens good? It's not how, is that even how the world works? I don't like people that just see the world black and white are boring to me. I want to know about the real drama, right? Do the little green aliens like the tall grays? Who's hooking up with the thick whites? Give me the lore. I want to know the real deep lore. But I want to know the real lore of the real aliens out there. That's what interests me. So, okay, I rambled on that too long. I want to jump back, get serious for a second here. We've been joking tonight a little bit. On the Nuno Loureiro case. Now, this is actually unbelievable to me. This is unbelievable to me because I was joking. They're gonna find out that this guy was killed by a random Puerto Rican guy. If you don't know, this is not me being racist again. Don't cancel me. This is a Family Guy joke, okay? Family Guy joke, funny TV show. Joke about how white people just blame everything on a minority and then nobody ever thinks about it ever again. It's true. It's true. That's why it's funny. It's true. So I was joking. I mean, because Nuno Loureiro was the director of MIT's fusion program, the largest academic fusion program in the entire world. He was the director of it. So this guy gets assassinated in his own home earlier this week. I think it was Monday night. And it just seems so odd. You're like, that's a very specific guy. Like, who did he piss off? Why would that guy get targeted? And this was one day after Brown University just had a mass shooting. Some people had speculated they were connected together. The rumor was out there, but just a rumor. So we find out, so before we say this, I find out something else new today. MIT is actually partnered with Commonwealth Fusion, Joe Lonsdale's company, Bill Gates' company, Commonwealth Fusion. Those are some of the investors. Joe Lonsdale, I believe, was connected to Palantir. Bill Gates is probably connected to the end of the world. Those guys were invested in Commonwealth Fusion, and they're not doing a neutronic fusion. At least, I don't think they are. I'm on the record on my live stream saying that I think Commonwealth Fusion is going to flip over to aneutronic fusion. They're going to flip over to field reverse configuration once they realize that's the golden ticket. I've been saying that. So, the guy that died was probably one of the smart people that was consulting for Commonwealth Fusion, telling them what they're going to do, and Commonwealth Fusion is getting ready to build some reactors. Very suspicious. Plus, the news, the live stream news, Trump buys Tri-Alpha Energy, where they merge. Trump's media company merges with a major fusion company that's direct competitors to Commonwealth. If I had to throw 3 names out there that are the top 3 fusion companies that I would bet on before yesterday, it would have been Helion Fusion, Tri-Alpha Energy, and Commonwealth Fusion. Those would have been the top 3 for me to bet on before yesterday. It would have been Helion Fusion, Tri-Alpha Energy, and Commonwealth Fusion. Those would have been the top 3 for me. Based on who's backing them, how big they are, how much funding they have, those would have been the top 3. Now, there's a lot more, but those are the ones that would have been the top 3 fusion companies that I would bet on before yesterday. It would have been Helion Fusion, Tri-Alpha Energy, and Commonwealth Fusion. Those would have been the top 3 for me. Based on who's backing them, how big they are, how much funding they have, those would have been the top 3. Now, there's a lot more, but those are the ones that I would have banked on based on my past research. And now, in the last week, Commonwealth Fusion's possible top fusion expert gets knocked off. Trump buys Tri-Alpha Energy. Helion Energy is sitting here holding the bag. Helion Energy is probably sitting here wondering what they should be doing at this point. I'd love to hear from David Kirkley and hear what he has to say about what's been going on this week. I mean, Commonwealth Fusion's top fusion guy gets knocked off and Trump buys your other competitor. This is crazy. So anyway, let's get to the point. Authorities come out last night and say they find the shooter in the Brown incident. And you're going, okay. They find him. He was in a rented car and he had driven to a container lot and he took his own life. Okay, they took his own life. So here's the thing that doesn't make any sense. This is what we know right now. We don't know very little about this situation. The story is it was the same guy for both shootings. They ID this guy, this Portugal, Claudio something or other, 47 years old. 47-year-old guy, 48, something like that, from Miami. He used to go to university at Brown, and he went to school in Portugal with Nuno Loureiro. How does that make any sense? So the connection that they're saying here, that I'm hearing, is that, and they gloss over this very important fact. This was decades ago. This wasn't recently. This was decades ago that he went to these schools, that he went to school with these people. How is it that, decades later, he decided that he's going to go take out the guy that was bullying him? So let me just walk through how this makes no sense whatsoever. He was living in Miami. He hatches a plot to go to Brown University and shoot up a classroom there? Like, he doesn't seem to be connected to anybody who was shot or anything. He just goes, shoots up a random classroom after pacing around outside, because we have footage of him pacing around outside and a homeless guy that interacts with him. He shoots that up. He gets out and escapes from that situation with basically no video footage of him. Rumor is that he was changing his license plate when he escaped from that shooting. So he's actively attempting to evade detection, changing his license plate out. If any of these details are wrong, I apologize. We're still very early in, and the details coming out make no sense. So he's changing his license plate out. 2 days later, he shoots Nuno Larerio, 50 miles, 60 miles away. What? In his home. How did he even know where the guy lived? How did he even find the guy? Why? Why was he targeting the director of the MIT Fusion Lab that he went to school with 30 years ago? I want to point out, it would be super weird if, even if they were my friend, if one of my old friends from high school or college killed me, that would be really weird. You should consider that very weird. If they weren't my friend, it would be even weirder that is a random coincidence that there was somebody that was in my school with me. So, that's the story that we're being fed right now. And I'm just sitting here wondering, like, okay, if he was going after Nuno Larerio, why did he shoot up Brown? Why was he going after Brown? And then here's the weirdest part. Then he escapes. Nobody found him. He was gone. He was in the wind, man. He was gone. He's changing his license plate. There was basically no leads. Why is he then going to a storage facility and shooting himself? Or offing himself, whatever. Like, how does that make any sense? He was gone. Why not just flee the country or something? And this is the craziest part. They find his body, and they say his body had been there for like multiple days. So they didn't even like catch him. It's not even like they were at the door or anything, and he was like, they got me, I'm trapped. No, he just like went there and was like, okay, I'm done. Why didn't he do it after the first shooting? Why did he decide that he was going to go to Nuno Larerio?
I've seen plenty of power banks over my 15 years of reviewing tech, but this Ridge one quickly became a favorite. So this, a 10,000 milliamp hour battery that's already this small.
I don't know, guys. I just got to say, it's just weird, man. I don't know what the answer is, and I'm not trying to say there's necessarily a conspiracy here. Just like, you know, we probably do need the Candace Intelligence Agency here, chat. Where are they? They are negligent in their responsibilities towards solving mysteries here. Because, look, man, I get it. You didn't want to talk about the other things that have been happening, but let's be honest. We got a real weird situation going on here. Candace Intelligence Agency would be vindicated going after this particular incident and investigating it. Instead, they're focused on blaming Israel for Charlie Kirk. Okay. Anyway, I think that's enough on that particular topic. What I'll say, though, is that just like in the other situations, we shouldn't just immediately assume there's a conspiracy. We shouldn't just immediately assume that they're lying to us. But we should wait for more information about the situation. Does it look sketchy as hell? Yeah. I mean, if you put this story into a movie, I wouldn't believe it. I would say go back to the drawing board and rewrite the plot because it doesn't make any sense. Your villain is doing random shootings and then like somehow magically stalking some guy 50 miles away that he used to went to school with. Why? It doesn't matter if it makes any sense. Your story sucks. Come with a better one. So I assume there will be some more details that will come out that will help it make sense. But this is the situation where it's like you should be asking questions. You should be asking questions because the guy's position in this fusion company was huge. And this will then play into our main topic tonight. Our main topic tonight, which is that Trump bought Helion Fusion, went ahead and bought Helion Fusion or merged with them. Now, let me point out, I'm going to pull these videos up for just 1 second here. Because really, these videos are everything. They really are, you know? It's not just a matter of, I'm not trying to grift off these videos, make money off these videos. I would be doing a much better job if that's what my goals were here. One of the things I knew from these videos right away, which I think everybody should be able to realize. Oh, did I say Helion? Yeah, sorry, I meant Trump bought TAE. Sorry, apology, guys. Trump bought TAE. We're going to talk all about that here in just a minute. So we're showing the MH370 videos here, showing the portal, the wormhole, the black hole, whatever the hell you want to call it. One of the things I knew right from these videos, just from looking at them, is that we would be able to understand this physics. I think a lot of people that look at this, you would say that there's no way that you could actually figure out the physics that's going on in this video or understand it. In fact, a lot of people in the UFO community would have said, if this is real, this must be alien physics, alien technology. We can't understand this technology. But I knew that we would be able to understand it. I didn't actually think that I would be able to potentially understand it or that we would be able to understand it in such a short period of time. But now I can say that when I look at this video, I don't ever see any aliens. I see drone technology. I see magnetohydrodynamics. I see plasma. I see a non-equilibrium electrical engineering circuit here. I see a wormhole. I see the Schwinger limit being broken. I see X-rays. So I just want to point out that dynamics. But now I can say that when I look at this video, I don't ever see any aliens. I see drone technology. I see magnetohydrodynamics. I see plasma. I see a non-equilibrium electrical engineering circuit here. I see a wormhole, hydrodynamics. I see plasma. I see a non-equilibrium electrical engineering circuit here. I see a wormhole. I see the Schwinger limit being broken. I see X-rays. So I just want to point out, wormhole. I see the Schwinger limit being broken. I see X-rays. So I just want to point out that sometimes, like I said in the beginning, you don't know what you're looking for, but you recognize it when you see it. You recognize it when you see it. And from figuring out these videos, we've determined that this has to be aneutronic fusion propulsion that these orbs are using. And most likely they're making a large aneutronic. From figuring out these videos, we've determined that this has to be aneutronic fusion propulsion that these orbs are using. And most likely they're making a large aneutronic thermonuclear detonation. Just because it's thermonuclear doesn't mean it has to necessarily be heat-based. It could be electrical-based. And this means that we can figure out like who is hiding this technology, who has this technology. Because the configuration of these spheres with these jets coming out of them is actually quite limited. There's only a few companies that do that. We've basically looked through the history and tracked it down to something called exotic vacuum objects that go back to the 60s, maybe even the 50s, definitely in the 80s, they're being discussed a lot. And then they pretty much got renamed into something called field reversed configuration. Field reverse configuration. Field reverse configuration, which can produce a mostly spherical plasma orb, just like that. And the plasma produces self-contained electromagnetic, mostly spherical configuration. In the 80s, they're being discussed a lot. And then they pretty much got renamed into something called field reversed configuration. field reverse configuration. Field reverse configuration, which can produce a mostly spherical plasma orb, just like that. And the plasma produces self-contained electromagnetic fields, or electromagnetic fields that self-contain the plasma itself, which it produces these geometries that we see. So once we know that, now we've identified the companies that are involved. TAE, that Trump just bought. Helion Fusion. Number 3, Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin also built a compact fusion reactor based on field reverse configuration, and it went dark. So this gives us the background we need to understand the implications of the deal that was just done.
I hate that I can't keep this a secret. I canceled all my food delivery subscriptions and upgraded to Cooking. And it's totally transformed the way I eat, because every meal is crafted by award-winning chefs from across the country. The variety is unlike anything I've ever seen, with over 100 menu options to choose from every week, so I can always...
A lot of people are wondering, in what world does it make sense for a media company, Trump Media Group, Media and Technology Group, to buy a fusion company? In my world, baby, in this world, MH370X, you are welcome to the jungle, son. You have entered my territory. This is our home field advantage now. This makes sense for us all day, every day. So this is why you guys are here. Let me break it down for you guys right now. Okay. They could have bought any fusion company. Trump could have bought any fusion company. He has the clout, they have the money, the capital, the connections. Could have gotten anyone they wanted, and they chose Tri-Alpha Energy. Why? Why? Think about it. This is the company that I've been wondering about. I haven't known much about on the inside, but I've known they've been doing field reverse configuration. They've been doing it longer than anybody. Longer than anybody, and they got started up by DOE seed money as well. So right away, I'm suspicious off the bat. Also, I didn't even know this was legal. Trump basically, what happened was, I'm sitting around waiting for the IPO for Helion Fusion so that we can invest. And Trump comes in and swoops in and I don't know, indirectly influences in a legal way, very legal way, no shenanigans here, his media company to buy this fusion company, to merge with this fusion company. The media company previously just owned True Social. Now they are basically a fusion company that has a social media company with them. I would go so far as to argue that the bulk of the value of Trump Media Group is now Tri-Alpha Energy and the future of Tri-Alpha Energy. This is like an actual product that has been put out there. So let me go ahead and let me point out a couple of things that are very important here, because I am personally invested. I want to disclose that I have personally invested. Now that I've said this was already enough for me. I saw the announcement. I saw that Trump had bought this company. I said, okay, that I know to put my money where the smart people are putting their money, where the people that control the world, the people that are literally the president of the United States put their money. And I've already speculated this company was all about it. That was enough for me. That was enough. But people will say, well, you know, are you shilling for them? Are you owned by them? Is this gambling? Let me point out, yes, you should only invest money that you are willing to lose. Just like with gambling. Just in any situation. But the difference between gambling at a casino and gambling at the stock market is that the stock market has a net positive return. Gambling at the casino has a net negative return. So if you were to just shoot darts at a board, on average, you're going to actually get more money back when it comes to investing your money. And if you believe that there are technologies being suppressed, then there are situations where companies are undervalued that have technology that they should have a higher valuation, but the public does not know about it. So only spend the money if you want. Also, I do recommend diversifying your investments. If Helion were to go on IPO, I would also invest in Helion Fusion. There's enough free energy out there for more than one fusion company. I also do not want to get involved in this because people are dying. People are literally dying out there. Fusion engineers are literally being assassinated in their homes, regardless of who did it. They're literally being assassinated in their homes, directors of fusion companies. And I know how this game is played. I know better than most people how this game is played. I want to just sit from the sidelines, watch it play out, and put my money and hope that my horse wins the race. That's the reality of my situation. So full disclosure, I bought around 4,000 shares of DJT yesterday when I saw that when I woke up. And I plan on holding it for the long term. Long-term hold for me. Not a short-term hold. I'm not trying to, get that quick bag. That's a long-term hold for me, and I want to put my money, if it is a mafia situation, I want my money to be with the President of the United States, the guy that says, we've got weapons that nobody understands. Let me play a clip for you. This is Devin Nunes, who I think is the CEO or whatever of Trump Media Group. Listen carefully.
This is breakthrough technology. When this is done, and I don't say this lightly, this will be the most important discovery and invention since the first Manhattan Project. So we did a lot of searching, John, all over the United States. We looked at a lot of the emerging nuclear power companies, and there's nothing that stands that holds a candle to this company. So look, we want to be right in the middle of the most important issue at the highest level. What does America really need? When we started True Social, we needed free speech. We saved that. Now somebody's got to step up and do something to produce real energy in this country, and we're going to do it.
In 90 seconds, while the only AI most people over 40 know is ChatGPT. Disappear for a month and do this instead.
So this is how I became the most dangerous person in the room. One habit.
Okay, holy shit, chat. It is happening. I mean, you had me at hello. Devin Nunes, you had me at hello. And then you just had to go and throw out there, this is the crown jewel, we did a whole bunch of research, this is the one, we need to produce a whole bunch of energy. This one's the company that's actually doing something. We gotta do this, we gotta beat China. I mean, you're hitting every single point that I've been talking about. Wow. So yeah, when I saw that, now you wonder what is actually going on here. My question is how more people are not figuring it out. Let me make one more point before I explain the reasons and the rationales behind why this occurred. Well, what price point did I acquire them at? 14.15 or something like that, somewhere in that range. So I didn't get it in at like $10 or whatever. I got in at like 14, but I don't know. It's at like 16 right now. This brings me to my next point. I believe in fusion. I'm going to tell you.
The funny thing is, I was looking at this at 10, only from the angle that if he was president, there's no way they let it drop more. And then all of this, I would definitely be getting just a few shares.
Most people, based on this valuation, don't believe in this deal. They don't believe that this company is going to make it. If they did, the valuation would probably be a lot higher than that. $4.5 billion is considered a penny stock when it comes to these companies. So this is, in my opinion, the type of penny stock that I want to be invested in. Presidents backing it, secret aneutronic fusion technology that they may or may not have that's not really public. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of company that I want to put my money in. Even if this company somehow didn't have it, I would still want to invest. Why? Why would I still want to invest in them if they didn't have the technology? Because I believe in aneutronic fusion. Just from a physics concept, from a theory perspective, I believe in it. I know it's real. The same way where people believed in Tesla, a lot of Tesla, the car company, a lot of their valuation was based on people wanting electric vehicles. They wanted an alternative to fossil fuel, oil, to petroleum-driven vehicles. That can also be the case for fusion. We can turn this, even if somehow they didn't have it, we can make our dreams come true. We can make it become a reality. If we hype it up, if we invest in it enough, they will then have the resources to build the fusion reactors that we want them to build. So there's no downside to this for me. For me, I look at this like worst case scenario, I invested 50 plus grand in us getting closer to fusion. Best case scenario,
Finish off the secondary market.
DJT becomes the big premier fusion company, energy company of the world. That's possible. So, that's the rationale behind how and why I personally invested in this company, and I plan to hype them up. Not because I have any secret deals with them, not even necessarily because I invested in them, but because I believe in aneutronic fusion, and I want to get free energy for the world ASAP. And if it makes me rich in the process, that's just a bonus. That is just a bonus. And last thing, I want to have skin in the game. I want to have skin in the game. Okay, next thing. Why did Trump acquire this company, and why did this company want to get bought out? These are the questions that we have to ask ourselves. Now, there's a couple different ways to look at it. I will look at it from both perspectives. Why would Tri-Alpha Energy want to get bought out? If you're a skeptic, you could say, well, they've got made-up fusion technology that doesn't work. So if their technology doesn't work, you could say that they are willing to merge with basically anybody else out there. Because now they can kind of hide that their stuff doesn't work. You could look at it that way. Personally, this logic doesn't really work for me. When I see Devin Nunes say, we looked at all the companies, and we picked the one that was the best, that was producing stuff, why would you pick a company that's not going to do something like you think it's a low check? Even if you were desperate, even if Trump Media Group was desperate, you would still pick a company that, you know, is doing something significant. You wouldn't align with one that's not doing anything. The reasons why they would want, from the positive side, why, or even from, let's say from a neutral standpoint, TAE would want the benefit because just now, all of this additional funding for fusion research, if you've been following my content, you're aware of it. If you didn't know, I think there's something like $160 million or more in funding, additional funding that's going to be going towards fusion research. Who do you think is going to have first dibs on that money? I'm pretty sure DJT is going to have a little bit of a leg up when it comes to getting, we know that everything's above board, but you also know that there's ways to work around the various contractual requirements and legal requirements of the government. So, who do you think is going to have the first crack at that money? So think about from the monetary standpoint, there's going to be a whole bunch of subsidies. Which companies are going to get access to those first? Well, of course, TAE is going to get them. There's only a few good companies anyway. I mean, you only got Commonwealth Fusion, TAE, and Helium are the big three. They're probably going to get the bulk of that fusion money. So even if you thought that this was a scam, you're basically using house money. Because these guys are going to get money from the government to do fusion. And so even if you didn't think it worked, it's still a pretty good gamble.
You have no idea what blueberries can do for your brain. I'm 72 years old, and until a few months months ago, I could barely remember my grandkids' names. Today, my memory is as sharp as it was when I was 30. I drive by myself without getting lost. I remember appointments without writing them down, and I've regained...
Now, if you know it works, let's look at it from the positive perspective. Tri-Alpha Energy has a neutronic fusion that they can produce fusion of boron-11, which is considered the highest energy level requirement, the hardest fusion to produce. Let's say they've cracked that. Now, they're going to have access to the best grants, to the best subsidies from the government. No question. They're going to have access to the President of the United States' Rolodex and connections and venture capital and funding. They're going to have the President shouting them out every time they make an achievement. Every time that Tri-Alpha Energy makes a new achievement, the President of the United States is going to be tweeting them out, posting them out, shouting them out. Think about those benefits. And what else just happened? Tri-Alpha Energy just avoided an IPO. No scruples whatsoever. If they have secret neutronic technology that they potentially developed with insider information, or alien technology if you want to go weird with it, suddenly they just avoided all oversight. An IPO would have had a huge amount of scrutiny and eyeballs on their books, on their whole company, to figure out exactly what the valuation of their company is. But instead, a private deal like this is just you agree to whatever you agree to behind closed doors. $6 billion. And you want to know what else happens? The shareholders of Tri-Alpha Energy, the private shareholders, they become rich immediately. Here's the reality of the economic situation. Tri-Alpha Energy was running off of investment money. They're getting investment money every year, and they have to get more and more investment money every year, convince people to invest, and they're doing research, and they're building test fusion reactors with this money. But at the end of the day, they're not really accumulating wealth. The wealth happens during the IPO. When your IPO happens, those imaginary shares of this company that we say are worth billions of dollars, their imaginary value now becomes real value. So if you were, let's say, one of the founders of Tri-Alpha Energy, let's just say hypothetically you have 10% of the company. Because you started this company 20 years ago, and you've been spending 20 years trying to get people to invest, trying to work on machines, trying to figure out how you're going to get commercial. This merger turns you into an extremely wealthy individual. Hundreds of millions of dollars, potentially, overnight. You go from having a small amount of money in the bank to now all of a sudden you're worth $100 million. Because the value of the company was $6 billion. Overnight. No private investment, publicly traded. You can sell those shares immediately and have that wealth in your bank account. So the Tri-Alpha Energy shareholders just all got extremely wealthy. Got extremely wealthy overnight by this. So what does Donald Trump get out of this? Well, if you look at it from the negative perspective, the Trump company, you could say this is their grasp at relevance. They're looking for anybody in the fusion game that they can latch onto and hope that they can ride those coattails to glory. That could be a negative aspect, a negative outlook. Positive outlook. Positive outlook would say that Trump knows. Trump knows about aneutron fusion. He knows about the orbs in the MH370 videos. He's got advisors and people literally in intelligence telling him, hey, those videos that Ashton guy's talking about, they're real, that fusion technology is real. And by the way, here are the 3 companies that are doing it, 2 companies that are doing it. And they're saying these are the ones that you want to talk to. Imagine somebody walks up to you and says, neutron fusion is the future. And you say, how do you know that? And you say, you can trust me or you can not trust me. Or you can just explain to them direct energy conversion, what have you. That's the exact situation I imagine occurred. That's the positive aspect, would be that Trump knows that this fusion technology is the future. And maybe it's 20 years off, maybe it's 30 years off, maybe it's only 5 years off. And he wants to imprint his legacy. Because the stock ticker of this company is DJT. So if fusion becomes the premier energy source for the rest of reality, for the rest of all of time, then DJT now is positioned to be one of the most valuable companies ever for basically the next 1,000 years. I mean, maybe not that long, but you get the point. So this could be Donald J. Trump stamping his legacy on the future of energy, because he's 80 years old. He's not going to live forever. I doubt that he imagines he's going to live in a world with fusion energy everywhere. But maybe he does. Let me point out a couple other things here. This is legal because Trump has to disavow his connections to his company when he became president. And so therefore, technically, he doesn't have influence here, but you know that there's ways around that. Somebody makes an intermediary phone call and, you know, boom. There's no way that Trump didn't have sway directly or indirectly in this decision. No way at all. None. The media. So I talked about the media aspect, is that you get a huge media bump if you're Tri-Alpha Energy. If you look, there's actually a big media aspect to these companies. You have to be showing people what you're doing, getting them excited about it. And I'm actually excited to be a cheerleader. I'm excited to be a cheerleader for this. I literally asked for this. I asked for this. And it is now happening in our lap right now. So you can disbelieve if you want. You can be a hater if you want. I don't mind. Just remember this. Mark this down, bookmark this, clip this right now, whatever you gotta do. Ashton Forbes told you that neutronic fusion is the future. And he told you there are 2 companies that are doing it. Helion Energy, Tri-Alpha Energy. Trump just bought Tri-Alpha Energy. That just leaves 1 company left. You can believe me or not believe me, but when that company, when DJT, the Tri-Alpha Energy, when their value goes up 10x over the next year, several years, whatever, then I want you to come back to this live stream and you can ask, how did this guy know? How did he know that this was going to happen? The answer is because I'm asking the demon motherfucking Orbs. And the MH370 videos are real. Take it to the bank, baby. Okay. The other thing that happens here is access to political favors. This is, I mean, guys, most of you are conspiracy theorists. Let's just be real with each other. Right? Most of y'all are conspiracy theorists. I'm a conspiracy knower. It's a little different. The other thing that happens here is this is, I don't know how more conspiracy people are not jumping all over this. Like, just from a straight-up, in-your-face perspective, obviously a company that's owned by Trump is going to have more political favors and advantage than any other company. So for me, this is an absolute no-brainer. I also think that
Discuss has been just rationalizing the investment.
Straight down beforehand. So actually, this is a great point to be buying into DJT, where its value is super low. Where I think at its peak, its value was like 50 billion compared to like 4.5 billion where they're at right now. So those are all the reasons why I think it's a pretty good deal. And here's the other benefit. A lot of people have TDS, chronic TDS, that no matter how much Tylenol they chug, and they're chugging that Tylenol, I guarantee it. You can't make that TDS go away. That's a permanent headache for them. And they will not invest in anything Trump is connected to, no matter what. And they will be sure that anything that Trump is connected to doesn't work. This actually works in our favor because this devalues the stock and makes it more affordable for us. In fact, I want to invest more in it, but I feel like I should be a little bit responsible about my investments. So don't be surprised, and please don't look at this like an instant cash grab situation, because that's not what we should be looking at. We should be looking at it in terms of like the long-term scale. Like we should be in it with this company, ride or die, until we get those fusion reactors, and pushing them to build modular fusion reactors that we can have at home, so we can have a decentralized economy. I'm gonna play another clip by Devin Nunes, because I didn't realize he was like the CEO or whatever of this company. And there's another clip of him here. Where is it? Is it this one? There we go. Somebody pointed out in the replies that they were using the same exact animation that I've been using in my live streams when I'm talking about field reverse configuration. And they are pretty funny, huh? We are definitely through the looking glass at this point, chat. It's art imitating life at this point. So here you go. Here's Devin Nunes. I'm gonna give Lulu a treat. Here we go.
Nuclear fusion has always been there. It really is the holy grail. It's like the sun. But we haven't been able to harness that yet. It just hasn't, the technology, the science. But that's the difference between TAE and all the other nuclear companies out there around the world. This is the one that won't rely on rare earth elements, won't have to rely on a bunch of magnets, and it's the only company that's actually built something. That's what we were most impressed with, was not just all the scientists and all the engineers that had worked with private funding, all private funding, I must say. And now what they're looking to do is they need a way to get in and access the public markets. We provide that opportunity for them to access the public markets. And I would just encourage everyone to actually look at this company. I think when you look around the country, look around the world, this is the world's premier nuclear fusion company without question. And when we talk at Trump Media and Technology Group, what do we want to do? We want to acquire crown assets, crown jewel assets. This is a crown jewel asset that could change the world.
Bro, when somebody's talking like that about your company, start paying attention. People should look at it. The way he's hyping it up is he's not like overhyping it, you know? He's just saying, like, this is a big company, people should be paying attention to it. What are the reasons why it's significant? Well, they're doing something nobody else is doing. They're doing directed energy conversion. Hi, Lulu. OMG, chat. Oh, that was Disney movie right there. Oh. Okay, sorry. Sorry, guys. If you're listening on audio, wondering why I'm being weird, Lulu just jumped in the screen. Okay. Got distracted. Back on the task hand. The other thing he says there that I thought was significant is he points out that it doesn't require rare earth minerals. What is he talking about there? Why is that relevant to fusion? You guys know, if you watch my content, you know the answer. Because there are only 3 aneutronic fusion fuels. Lithium 6 and 7, which we don't talk about because they use it to make thermonuclear weapons. So you're not allowed to talk about lithium 6 and lithium 7, chat. That's, you get put on the list if you talk about lithium 6 and 7. So just ignore lithium 6, lithium 7. Don't talk about that. We're not making thermonuclear weapons. We're not doing Iranian stuff. Okay, the other one, helium 3. Helium 3 is the one that he's talking about, is the second one. The problem with helium 3 is that helium 3, we gotta go mine it on the moon. That's why we're making a moon base, chat. By the way, the moon base is happening. Turns out it's real. By 2030, we're gonna have an outpost on the moon. It was just announced a couple days ago. So, if we don't need helium 3, we don't have to go mine, we don't need our moon base and our moon train and all the other weird shit that you're talking about building up there. So when he talks about rare earth stuff, he's probably just misspeaking because he's not a scientist. He's not a fusion engineer. He's a businessman. So he gets told, hey, we don't need that helium-3 stuff. Instead, what's the third fuel? Boron-11. Proton-boron-11 fusion. There's a company out of Australia called HB11 that's also doing proton boron 11 fusion. The benefit of boron fusion is that it is a very common substance. We can just pull it out of the earth or whatever we do. I don't know. Suck it out of rocks. Anyway, boron 11 is everywhere. So when he mentions this tells me he's done his research. When Devin Nunes is bringing that up in the conversation, this tells me they've done their homework. And that's the big question that I have is, are they just being told to go buy this company, or are they doing their research to figure out? When it says here, if you look at the company, this is the premier fusion company in the world. And I would say probably correct. Helium fusion I like a lot, but they're a lot newer than TAE is. When it comes to this field reverse configuration game. And so what I want to say right now is, well, I'm going to go ahead and make another prediction. In science, the best way to convince people is to make predictions that come true. I now am definitely going to predict that Commonwealth Fusion will change their fusion model and flip the field reverse configuration. Probably how that will play out. They won't scrap their existing plans, so if they're going to build a tokamak, they'll probably just build it, but then they'll switch and their future designs will become field reverse configuration so that they can do electronic fusion. The reason being, I think field reverse configuration is a requirement for aneutron fusion. Because you need to get the high beta value, which is the ratio of the magnetic compression to the plasma, whatever. And you need this to be very high, this ratio. You need this ratio to be very high. Only field reverse configuration will pull this off. So if this happens, if we do see Commonwealth Fusion flip, that will be your indicator that this is the Holy Grail. And that's pretty much what he's saying.
The Iron Sweater Martyrs since 1892 for the authentic and original Irish Iron Sweater.
In the other clip that we watched before, I almost want to watch it again. Should we watch it again? He talks about the Manhattan Project. Did I mention this? The Manhattan Project.
This is breakthrough technology. When this is done,
this is breakthrough technology. Isn't that what Catherine Fitz also said? Breakthrough energy? That's the code word they use for this. You can call it UFO technology if you want, Tesla technology, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what you call it. The code word they use is breakthrough energy. Breakthrough technology. Future human technology, alien technology, whatever you want to call it. That's what they call it in the normies. So the normies don't have mental breakdowns.
and I don't say this lightly, this will be the most important discovery and invention since the first Manhattan Project.
This will be the most important discovery and invention since the first Manhattan Project. Think about how wild that statement is to say. I didn't have to be convinced by Devin Nunes to invest in this company. In fact, I was already I'd already made the trade on E-Trade. Oh shit, I probably shouldn't say what my deal is. People are going to be trying to hack it now. I already tried to make the deal on E-Finance. I don't know, maybe making that shit up. I already tried to make the deal. And I watched this. And Devin Nunes is literally saying the exact thing that I've been saying about where this technology came from. Is that we figured this idea of the ether, the zero-point energy out when we were making nuclear weapons. And here he is making a direct reference to the Manhattan Project and the breakthrough of this technology. And what technology is he talking about? Is he talking about just fusion? Or is he talking about aneutron fusion? You can read it both ways in the way that he responds. Because for one sense you can say, well, yes, fusion itself is probably going to be one of the biggest breakthroughs ever. But aneutron fusion, direct energy conversion to electricity without a steam cycle, cutting out the middleman, that is next level breakthrough technology. And I think that's what he's referring to here when he's saying that. Which again, he knows they know that this is the deal. So Get in if you want to get in. Don't get in if you don't want to get in. I leave it up to you, but don't come at me later on saying, actually, you didn't tell me about this stock tip or what have you. Everything I've done has been transparent, even to my own detriment. I don't have any sponsors and I've never been paid by anyone. So, you can take that stock advice or you can leave it. And I put my own money in it as well. Put my own money in it because I personally believe in it, and for no other reason than that. And I'll probably put more in it too. So I'm excited to see what their plan is and more information about what they plan to build first and who their first contracts are and what their reactors look like. One other thing I want to point out. I mentioned this on the previous live stream, but China, I think I can find a link to it. China is building a basically exact model of the Tri-Alpha Energy and Killian Energy reactors. It was just announced, I think. Nuclear fusion, China can be the first to harness nuclear fusion. That they have a reactor that's coming online. It's supposed to come online the same year as 2028, as Killian Fusions has. And it's also a field reverse configuration reactor. Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out where it is. Oh, here it is. Sichuan Province. Let me share this real quick. There you go. There's probably several that they're working on. I doubt there's just one, but this is just one of the examples of one of them here. Sichuan Province, various research teams are investing in tokamak fusion, linear field reverse configuration, inertial confinement, magnetic resonance fusion. I can't remember where the other one is, but there was a story just like yesterday about it, about field reverse configuration. So, the secret, by the way, is field reverse configuration. Oh, I wasn't even sharing the right video right there. My bad, chat. Wanted to share this. Okay, there you go. So the secret is field reverse configuration when it comes to fusion reactors. If you want more details on that, check out my other live streams, check out my past research into exotic vacuum objects, into some of the scientific papers, specifically the ones by Edward Teller about magnetic dipole. So, the secret, by the way, is field reverse configuration. Oh, I wasn't even sharing the right video right there. Wanted to share this. Okay, there you go. So the secret is field reverse configuration when it comes to fusion reactors. If you want to know more details on that, check out my other live streams, check out my past research into exotic vacuum objects, and into some of the scientific papers, specifically the ones by Edward Teller about magnetic dipole configurations. Because that's when, in the 90s, when they started to rename exotic vacuum objects, cold fusion concepts to into field reverse configuration, and can make basically a lot of this technology. One last thing I want to look at tonight, and then we're going to go to these super chats. I see a lot of them in there. A lot of them in there. One last topic for tonight, which is, I saw a very interesting rumor on Twitter earlier today while I was at work. And this is one where I try to avoid random rumors that I see, but this is one that was a little bit too on the nose. So I felt like we had to point it out here. Okay. Just let me read this here.
When I first put pen to paper, I was so taken aback. His name is very smooth.
For the 12-day war, Israeli military intelligence detected troubling signs that Iran was working on developing a new type of nuclear weapon. Fourth-generation nukes that are based on pure fusion, which no country has ever produced. Fourth-generation nuclear weapons are hypothetical fusion weapons that ignite hydrogen fusion without a fission trigger. Unlike normal fission weapons, they require no rare fissile materials like uranium or plutonium and produce minimal radioactive fallout. It could allow for smarter, more precise yields. What? What? Are you kidding me right now? So, we've got a rumor out there. This is basically exactly what I was saying. I was speculating. I obviously don't know why exactly we struck Iran, but when they talked about taking out Iran's nuclear facilities, they said they're not talking about conventional nukes. They're talking about zero-point energy weapons. Mossad not assassinating 9 nuclear scientists that are working on A-bombs. A-bombs are technologies from the 1940s. They were taking those guys out because those guys are working on advanced nuclear weapons, pure fusion bombs, things like what we used on MH370. Because the intelligence communities know those videos are real, and they're working on reverse engineering technology. That's the reason why we went after those people. It makes a lot of sense. Now, backtracking for just 1 minute, I completely just forgot and also remembered it simultaneously that I had all these things here to go through. There are all these references that I was just talking about. So let me quickly just dig through these references for you guys here and show you what I was referring to when I was just ranting and talking about all these topics. I just completely blank. Trump's plan. Trump's space plan envisages moon base amid race with China. Trump calls for moon landing in 2028, lunar base thereafter, as China targets the end of the decade for its first crewed landing. President Trump has signed an executive order aims to return astronauts to the moon. Directive reinforces NASA's current plans for sending Americans back to the moon by 2028, it's only 3 years from now, and for Americans to begin establishing the outpost by 2030. Wow. Well, those of you who are laughing at the moon train, not so funny anymore, is it? Not so funny anymore. All of a sudden, the moon train just became a lot more serious, didn't it, chat? Didn't it? Wow. Okay, so that was the link related to that. Let me see what else we got here. Oh, actually, I have a whole clip here to play for you guys. Oh, there's more stuff. So here's a couple news articles about the merger that are out there. And what their plans are. He said, well, their plans are first to produce a 50 megawatt reactor, and then to begin to produce 350 to 500 megawatt reactors. So they have a plan to produce this. Can they actually pull it off? I guess we'll see. Oh, here we go, balance sheet. The transaction will combine the strength of the balance sheet with TAE's leading technology. Trump Group has agreed to provide $200 million of cash at signing, and an additional $100 million available on filing. Yeah, so basically, Trump's going to fund them, and they're going to get their technology in response. So I mean, this is straight up just an old school breakaway civilization technology transfer that we're watching right here. That's my final opinion on the situation. You're seeing it happen in real time. This is quite literally a breakaway civilization technology transfer. This is how you do it legally. If I were to imagine how you legally transfer a company and advanced technology, this is how you pull it off with no scrutiny. My shell company that I own just buys up this fusion company that has UFO technology or whatever the hell you want to call it, right? Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, let me go back to that. Then we'll get to these super chats in a second here. And so I saw people commenting saying that Tri-Alpha Energy hasn't done anything. That couldn't be more wrong. In fact, they have probably done more than anybody else. So to prove this point, I want to show you, this is, I think both of these are their scientific papers, but this is generation of field reverse configuration by a neutral beam injection. So you may say, okay, what the hell does that mean, Ashton? That's a fair question. What that means is, remember that if you look at the thumbnail, you see this long structure where they're shooting these plasmoids at each other, and at the middle they combine and they have these neutral beam injectors keep it spinning. So this is what they do. They shoot these plasmas at each other, they combine, they start to spin, and these injectors basically just keep it spinning to extract as much energy as possible. What this scientific paper is saying is they got rid of the injectors on the side, the collider things. Instead, they can make the plasma just from the neutral beam injectors. The neutral beam injectors alone can cause the plasmoid to begin to form in the middle. They don't even need to shoot the plasmoids at each other from far away. Why is this big? Because now the size of the reactor just got cut in half. Now you can make it into a tiny reactor. Plus, if you think about that logically, now you have the basis for the orbs. You're saying we can spin up these orbs in a small structure. We don't need this long collider anymore. And yes, these things are basically particle colliders. I mean, they are. Okay, so here's their scientific paper this is by the TAE guys. And how do I know this? I know it from this video right here. So we're going to watch the moment of Zen tonight will be a few minutes of this video here that we're going to watch. Let me share this. So this